All right, welcome. Join us for the Wayward Words session 56. Woo.
Woo.
Yeah. Every time. Every time. No, it's great. It's fantastic. All right, last session 55. We had the departure of Griffin Wyvar, headed with the knowledge of Damodar's ritual and magic to meet with Orin, was where they are headed. And that was figured out by you, Felix, after you kind of had allies, perhaps, right? And you were able to kind of rebuild a little bit of the relationship with them. Perhaps we will see Griffin Wyvar once again. Who knows? Um, we had Bruga teleport us, so that's how we ended up getting into the eastern side of the Gorn Pass, which the Gorn Pass is the entrance and exit into Ismar, and we were heading up that pass. We ended up getting to on the eastern side. We ended up kind of coming back, like backtracking west. So we started off east, which is towards Ismar, and then we ended up coming back to Fort Flatminer. In the midst of that, we had a little bit of conversation to Turberus. That happened actually in Lathan, and that gave us some information a little bit about this power dynamic between the stones as well as these prime elementals. And Turberus seems to be someone very powerful, very foreign, and also is demanding. But they don't seem to have a whole lot of power over what you all are doing. Okay? So Turberus was speaking in like these like very angered tones sometimes, and was like coming across like they could give it back to me, but then also blah blah. And it's kind of speaks in the plane that they actually exist in, and how disconnected they are from the prime material. They refer to a usurper. Then they also use the word bower. It's two specific things in context that they had used. Description: usurper was something that they had used in almost a tone of when the usurper came here into the plane, and the devour is what they refer to as the shield that they had kind of created around the prime elemental planes. We ran into the Strongbrow Iron Rock Regiment, these Clan Gilgal soldiers. And this conversation that we had with them, and I'm doing this long because we had weeks off, right? So let me make sure we get our ducks in a row here. The conversation was about what are they doing here? Why are they here? What's going on? And then also playing a little bit of mischievous game and getting an agreement with them, which is a twofold arrangement, which essentially is the fortifications, the Fort Farron's kind of forces, right? What's really going on there? It can be little details. And then the second part of that is to remove the leadership of Fort Farron. And they promised a substantial gold for the removal of leadership, and then a very small stature of gold for just giving them information about the fort. The regiment that was there, in terms of numbers, was really kind of not a full regiment. It'd be more of something you would send towards that, and then you're in preparation of moving additional forces. And so that was also explained by the Fovratin, which is the commander, Strongbrow, that was giving some information about what exactly that they're doing there. And it is not good. This is dwarves on the warpath. They are getting ready to march. When they say that, get ready, we're talking weeks, months in terms of time, right? But on the warpath nonetheless. Now, the chest. We use tech magic and identify in the middle chest. This was the chest that was given to you, and that was used for the gold. There seems to be some sort of telepathic bond to the chest. Was what we uncovered. Okay. All right. Sending spells. Remember when we sent them? We had a warning to Remar Luna. Oh, we had a warning to Casas Mom. Okay. Are there any questions on that? I mean, I'm ready to go back to the Holy City. Ready to go see Casas Mom, eh? Alright.
I mean,
I am too.
it's. I want everyone but David to come. I mean,
Remains to be seen if we're really headed there to the Holy City or not. It sounds like we are definitely destined for Fort Farron. That's what I have in my notes. We're headed to Fort Farron right now on our journey. We are heading out up the Gorn Pass in the direction of there. But again, we can always change plans and what we have entailed.
I remember we're trying to get to Athema as quickly as possible.
Okay.
And maybe I can't recall if we had discussed maybe there's somebody in Fort Farron that could teleport us, but I don't know.
Okay. My notes, it says a stop at Fort Farron and then head to Othema. But I could be entirely wrong with that, Cal.
oh yeah, did we have plan? Yeah, since it's been a couple weeks, do we have plans about what we were gonna say to the commander?
Remember, Luna knows.
We already.
And so does Lord Downfloor. Lord Downfloor told us to get to Athema and defend Athema.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't. Fort Farron, I think it's a waste unless it's faster to do it. But,
Yeah,
you know,
unless
like,
it would be faster to go to Fort Farron and then up to Othema via the road
Yeah.
rather than overland.
I think would ask Joe and Thea what is the fastest way overland? Because we don't think we have a teleport.
I mean, really the only road here goes through the mountain pass and then straight into Fort Fair and then from there up to Wathema. Unless we want to try to
Unless we
sneak
just wanna-
around it just in case we're being tracked so that they don't get eyes on the fort.
That, or we just travel diagonally through mountains more
So these
with
mountains
no
are.
road.
I mean, you're adding another week on our journey if we do
Exactly.
that. These are gonna be it's rough going here. These are pretty jagged peaks.
If time is of the essence, the road is the best way.
Yeah, I think time is of the essence. We got to go as fast as possible.
You think if we get into Fort Farron, we could find somebody to teleport us straight to Athema?
The only powerful spellcaster I know that's there is he's got Dum Dum.
Well, I mean, he did seem to have a lot of artifacts stuff on hand. He's got his own little treasure trove of stuff, so I don't know, maybe he's got some trinkets that could send us there.
Didn't the commander have mages alongside of him?
Lord Downfloor sent us mages that teleported paladins during the siege of Fort Farron.
Do you think maybe he left any there?
Doubt it. Wasn't he on his way south?
Yeah, but he might have stationed maybe a couple.
Well, why don't you send a message anyways? Because if they do, they can have them ready. They don't know when to move on. Not.
Yeah.
You are totally more than your sending spells, but
Well, I mean, does it change anything in our plans?
Well,
Othala, do you know if it takes like an exceptional amount of preparation to teleport people, or is this something that they can like prepare in like half an hour?
It should be something they could be capable of. Should be quite quick. If anything.
Yeah, so I mean, if we're taking the road to get there anyways, if they're there, we can ask them for their help. If they're not, we just keep going. I don't see why we need to waste more of Othala's like precious spell slots on.
The only thing I would throw out there is that we know something is coming tomorrow, correct? Being coordinated with the dwarves. I don't think that they are attacking Fort Farron because they've asked us to do some scouting. But there's always a chance, I suppose, if they're trying to work in conjunction with whatever's going on.
There's
Yeah,
also a
something
chance
definitely
that
is
they
happening
like to-
somewhere tomorrow. It lines up with the assassination timeline. Also, it sounds like a couple of cities, and possibility. I would like to be in a city that we could help defend by tomorrow. I don't know how we can do that though.
So it sounds like we just need to stop off at Fort Farron regardless. We have multiple reasons to do so. Nothing else, we just pop in, buy some pork shoulders, inquire around, and then hit the road again. And as far as we can tell, this box was the only thing that was spying on us, but who knows what else was. I don't know, maybe enchanted birds or something. We could have other eyes.
Yeah, so should we leave the box in a ditch near Fort Farron so that way they think we're doing our spying, or?
Well, I think the plan was to just keep it with us for the rest of the day, and we can just leave it at camp or something when we head out at first light tomorrow. That way they don't immediately think that we're on to them.
I'm just saying.
Sounds like a
we
good
could,
plan. It might be a little smelly, but
Yeah, you
That's
hold it.
why I'm not
Costas.
carrying it.
I mean, Othello, would you mind fixing up a?
No. Start walking away.
Please.
Walking away. Don't
What's
follow
your-
me.
What's your favorite color?
Nope.
Out of character
Hey,
question.
it's true.
Coordinating from where we're at right now to Othema, and we have multiple polymorphs, how much time could we save if we chained together like half a day's worth of Great Eagle to just fly over there?
So if you were chaining polymorphs and you are on the pass, well right now where you're at to get down into the low ground. If you could save some time and instead fly, that's where you probably save the most. Is if you really just flew over the mountains from your current spot, I think you would be able to shave 2 days off chain polymorphs. Because you think about where you're at. You're in the western side of the pass. You have switchbacks winding yourself down. You don't have horses. You don't have any mounts. You're going to be on foot until you get to Fort Farron to procure horses. So if you think about it, if you decide not to go to Fort Farron to get horses, instead you just use the road and begin to wind down, you'd be able to reach a certain part of the north side of Fort Farron from all the polymorphs you'd be doing. And I would say not just north, but maybe like east, and then you'd be in that farmland and stuff, and then you can simply just hike up to the road from there on the north side of Fort Farron, and you'd shave off all the time that you would hiking down the actual mountainside. Instead, you just flow. I can give you that. I think right now you're looking at easily 4 days on foot. Probably shave it down to 3 if you had horses and were hard riding them for those days between Fort Farron and Othema, and then I'd probably call it to about 2-ish days plus with polymorphing and then hiking the rest of the way.
Okay. Yeah. Usually will be kind of contemplating all this, Costas stuff with that's no. Felix, you're able to polymorph, right?
let me look. It's been so long since I've looked at my spells. Also, cool art, Israel.
He updated that.
Oh, cool.
I cannot.
It was a thought.
Well,
Anyway,
I can.
Mel can always kill one of us.
I can offer whoever's comfortable. If you can polymorph, I can offer Ethrin. A couple of us can ride on Ethrin, not many.
How long does that last?
An hour.
Oh.
But I'd be able to do it possibly 3 times, so 3 hours.
I think any time we could save at the moment would be good. Good time spent. Rather than hiking through these mountains.
Yeah. I mean, I think I could take a couple of the lighter ones, like maybe probably not you, Costas, but anyone else, and Felix.
What? Whoever's the heaviest here gets the pleasure and honor of being a great eagle.
I think that's gonna be me.
When was the last time you got to spread your wings?
When he was
Uh,
When he
dancing on
dove
that
into
baby
that
drunk as hell.
crevasse under the mountain.
yeah, I'd say it was either when I dove onto a chair or when I dove into a crevasse.
Sounds like it's been a while then.
Yeah, yeah, that's. But yeah, I don't think anyone else here carries ingots on them, so.
You're gonna have to drop some. Of
Oh
those
no,
for me.
they're gonna slow us down. You gotta get rid of them.
Tell you what, you dig a big hole, drop them in there, and then mark the area where you buried them to remember with that giant turd that you're carrying around on that box.
No, no, don't worry. I can carry this all perfectly fine. I am not like overweight or anything.
You're looking a little pudgy there, bud.
Actually, I believe I'm. Let me see. What's my weight at? Yeah, I'm almost at half weight. Like I could probably double this.
Oh, so then you wouldn't mind carrying my stuff.
How much stuff do you need carried?
I'm kidding. I'll hold my own stuff. Thank you.
I mean, you know, if you need a few swords carried, I don't mind.
You know what? Actually, here you go, Costas. I'm gonna hand him the teddy bear. Just snuggle with it when you're sleeping. No, you don't want it?
Costas will take it, and I have a question for Michael. Is it the same kind he has?
Is it the same kind of teddy bear that you have?
Yes, it's the same kind he owns.
Is it? I mean, what kind of teddy bear? do you have?
No, it's the Fixian teddy bear that everybody saw me take.
No, yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
but I need
there's
to
no
go
way.
check mine.
There's no way that you have that teddy bear. But do you want to describe your teddy bear?
No, no, I need to like go through. I'm not describing that. It's like that's like the one thing of secret character lore I have left.
Okay, well then why are you bringing it up?
I need to see. I
You
want to
know
see if they
that
just
that's
have
not
to-
your teddy bear.
Yeah.
That's a Thixian teddy bear that was found in literally treasure chest. Place
Maybe it was.
forsaken. Thousands of years lost to time.
I don't know. Like, I remember like sending you, and leaving that up to you. So I don't know if maybe he just happened to buy
Please, the
a very
teddy bear
cool one.
lore I need to know.
Teddy bear lore. You did say that you wished to, in your story, hinted at a teddy bear. I have not described a teddy bear. That's something for you, I think, to describe for yourself of how you wish to have your teddy bear. If it was up to me, it'd be a whitish fur, 2 large button eyes, luxurious drooped ears, and a soft, warm tummy.
Put a lot
Okay.
of thought in that, haven't you?
There you go. There's your description.
Very different. No, because, like, I think I sent you an actual like species. I guess some. Anyway. Yeah, yeah.
Who
yeah,
is
it's
this a
like-
relevant point of debate?
Costas just takes it and puts it in his bag.
Which is not the reaction Theo was expecting from Costas. Now she knows to snoop more. Thank you.
Now, do you really want me to remind you, Lucas?
No, no, it's just I
No, I
just
know
scrolled
what
through my
I know what it is. I know what it is.
No, 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 no.
But
It's
I don't think you
I'm-
wanted me to share that.
yeah, yeah,
so-
yeah. It's, no, it's good. It's good. It's good. If it's not the same, it doesn't matter. Just
Lads, we have a mystery on our hands.
Do you want me to message you back with what I wrote down?
no, I'll just control F the messages later. It's fine.
Well, we have to get a move on. We have an assassination in probably less than 24 hours. So if we're gonna do this, I think we should.
All right,
Start.
Costas, you have 10 seconds to stretch. It's gonna start counting down.
Costas starts like doing like a couple jumping jacks, like and various just like stretches.
And then Cat's probably more 3 seconds. 0 mark.
Okay. Polymorphing into a giant eagle. Transform, wings flourishing. You begin to emerge. Beautiful, glorious.
Wow. Take a look at that chicken.
All right, let's make good use of our time. Go.
I caw defiantly at Mikey.
Let's bring this guy out, and then
Oh.
Dibs on Costas.
So you summon in spirit. You see as they appear, they begin to pull themselves, wrapping around like a coiled cat. They lower themselves down. The head droops down to the hard rock. Soft, subtle grass. The gourd pass. They snort.
okay. Who's with me? And I'll mount Ethan.
What are you doing?
We're flying.
Oh,
Oh yeah. It'll be the second time I rode a dragon, so let's do it.
ready to stay.
How many people can Ethrin carry?
Ethrin is a large sized creature. They also have pretty significant strength. Let's see here. I think at 19 total. I'll probably allow them to do 2 on the back. But it depends on how much you weigh too. So
Doesn't Felix weigh like 50 pounds?
yeah,
What?
I think Felix could be a third plus 2 medium, but not
Yeah.
Costas.
Yeah.
That's why he's a pigeon.
That's why
Yeah,
Costas
Costas
is
is
a
the
bit.
bird. Yep. Ishtriel will ride on Costas in order to keep chaining the polymorph.
I'll go on Ethrin.
Okay. So we got Felix, we have Othala, we have Thea, we have Ethrin, then Dirty Joe, clutched in the hands and the talons of this.
Talons? Hell no. I'm riding on his back.
All right, both of you riding on the back. Fine. I thought it'd be funny you dangling.
Costas, what luxuriously silky feathers you got? What kind of shampoo conditioner do you use?
Go.
Really? I'm going for the expensive stuff, huh? I should have known.
Oh my god, that's fucking great. Okay, so we are departing Gorn Pass. We're heading out of this area by our vessel, our flight, and we begin to take advantage of our flight to make elevation degrade, heading in towards where the mountains are at the northeastern side as they snake and pull themselves through and they shift with those sheer faces. What would rather be repelling is now easier by the flight. You're also pushing Ethrin as well as the polymorph to their level. Taking dash actions, you're strenuously pushing them because you know that the exhaustion that they would suffer is magical. They're magical creatures. Exhaustion themselves is not really going to plague them. And so you're just using them as vessels to get yourself down. You then begin to get into the rolling of these foothills where small tributaries and other sorts of streams begin to funnel from the mountainside with sorts of deciduous trees from the small with the saplings spilted over mixed with evergreen trees. Those tributaries heading towards the Farron River. The soft meadows are forming here. And then you have the homesteads that build themselves and the agriculture that pushes into that space. And so you have little planked bridges every so often crossing over the streams, or little docks with some fishing gear, just little boats every so often, having its own community in itself in various areas outside of around the center point of where Fort Farron is. So as you get to this point, you then have to take yourselves away, go on that hike after you use the various amounts of polymorphs and things as you're casting spells here, and you're cutting down the time. Otherwise, would be a 2-day-ish journey heading out of the pass and down in the direction of Fort Farron. You're now cutting it down to a day worth of travel. And so at some point you're going to have to rest. And so this would probably be the best time to do that. And it's in the early hours of the morning. So you're going to be having the moon over top at this point, coming through the overcast, the slight rain. You're kind of finding yourself to rest, or you can push through and suffer exhaustion. So you all could attempt to get there even faster if you weren't going to be taking long rests. That's entirely up to you. I'm just going to continue to narrate it like you are camping out for a rest. Again, so as you're setting up your bedrolls,
No.
yep.
If we did push through, when could we reach the city?
If you decided to push through all this way, you have roughly about 40 or so miles. You'd be able to continuously run, use maybe even the polymorphs again, right? On the next day for a short rest even, get back some spell slots, recovery. I would say you'd probably be able to get there on the next day in the evening. But be pushing it a day 3/4.
And if we rest, it'd be 2 days from now.
That's correct. It's pushing it to, like, as I had stated, if you polymorphed and you flown, you'd be able to get to Athena in roughly 2 days. You would basically shave off that 8 hours to rest. And so you'd be, instead of reaching there at midday the following day, you'd actually be reaching there the previous day. So
That's really up to those that can cast the spells.
But we'd be completely exhausted by the time we got there, right?
exactly. And putting in context of dates, today is the 18th of Aerith. You would be reaching Uthema at roughly the evening of the 18th. So the same day.
I've already got exhaustion level 3. If we have to fend off an invasion, Joe's gonna be completely useless.
Yeah. We should sleep.
Your call?
You're not burned. You're not burned anymore. Flyover is over.
sorry. First
No, it's canon. Cost is still
Oh
calling.
my God. It's canon.
You know what? I think I like it better this way.
No, yeah, I think for Journey Joe's sake, we should probably, set up camp.
Yeah. It is what it is.
Okay. So deciding to set up camp then. Is everyone agreeing to that?
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So setting up the camp, you begin to pitch yourself bedrolls and tents. It's not raining this night, so that gives some reprieve from the light rain of the past, as well as the normal rain of this very temperate region of the Gordon Valley. You get yourselves a long rest. It's going to push us about 10 o'clock or so in the morning as you begin to roll up the bedrolls and get yourselves ready to go. You then begin to push towards the road, right? So you're now coming at it a little bit of an angle to get to that road. I'm going to go ahead and remove the scene actors so that we can see at the middle of the screen. You then begin to push yourself at a couple hours of travel. You're able to reach that road, which is going to quicken the pace of travel. You're now roughly at noon. And this is when something happens. So as you're on the road, roughly noon on the 18th of Aerith, the day that an assassination had been planned, you had heard about it, you've been following up information based on warnings. You notice that the road itself is a little bit panicked. Traders and travelers that would otherwise be here might be having a little bit quickened pace to try to get to their destinations if they're in travel. Camps that would be kind of leisurely, keeping maybe a lunch or something like that, would not even be made. They're just continuing on the road to get to where they need to go. The messages that you had sent are indeed received. both places of Othema, as well as Fort Farron, and even that from Lord Down Lore. Over the previous time, the word has been passed through from the town criers to the city criers to try to give notice that something would be happening. And so a lot of these people are indeed trying to do just that. But I need everyone to roll perceptions. Cobbled road with the deciduous trees, the small one pushing past, and some of the broken down wagons nearby, and the farm homesteads that are encroaching upon the road with the medium-sized grasses and the shrubbery. They're beginning to flower slightly here in terms of the season. You also have a little bit of the cold coming down from you from the frost horn, that wind that's pushing there. You have a natural 20 coming through. We have natural 1 with Othala. Wow, on either side of the spectra. You are moving north, and you're at a quickened pace, but for those that have above of 20, something irks. And you're checking yourselves, you're keeping yourselves a little more alert for something that might lie. And for those, you see the sky many miles due south of here. It's turning black. And you turn yourselves and you stare at it for a brief moment, you squint. In that blackish sky are streaks, purple and pink lightning, cascading around as a storm brews. Clouds swirl.
Does this look like the storm vortex thing that was over the striker and the wrecker?
It is indeed very similar to that.
I'm gonna call Othala and Joe to attention to that because they both saw that too.
Oh, hell. It's going down over there.
No, that's not good.
I suppose
No.
it's too late to hurry back.
So
I'm
what?
What are we even gonna do? It's supposing that Belzar is over there. We're still trying to not kill him, right?
Well, we could warn them that the last time we saw one of those, a dragon came out of it.
Man, look at where that's coming from. Look at where we are on the map. Shit's already kicking off by the time we even got back. Man, it's either they're under a giant siege or that place is already going to be leveled by the time we start poking around.
Again, Othala, you are more than your sending spells, but
We do need to know what's going on there. All right.
I guess this is to the Lord, right?
This probably
The
to
commander.
Casas' mom.
I thought it was south.
The south.
Yeah, south.
First, I need those
I'm sorry,
who
this-
have.
The storm's over Fort Farron.
First, who have. I only said south. No one knows in terms of true distance. So, if you wish to find an accurate estimate of where the storm is brewing, I need those to make survival checks or nature checks.
I would like to assist someone who is better at survival or nature than me with this check.
I could do a survival.
What are you adding? What are you helping with?
I'm assuming Thea is like looking around, and I'm just kind of like standing behind her like a kid with a flashlight.
You're probably hurting, not helping.
I can make a nature check. Yeah, sure.
Like,
We're gonna take a while to get to Othema anyways. Might as well waste it. I'm gonna chrono shift it and reroll.
Okay.
okay, it's not.
20. So, approximate distance. Most of you are able to make strong estimations here that this is many, many miles away. The epicenter of the storm is really what you're after. Where is it actually starting, and where is it going? The storm itself is encroaching far past the Neville Ridge into the barrier of the northern Gorn, and as it's kind of spiraling and starting to turn, the actual sky itself is black. Hard to see as the sun comes through. It's as if it's eclipsing. But for those that have a 20 here of the nature check, and I have a 14 from Israel, You both understand the storm has been created. The way that it's funneling out over Beelder, nearly 70 miles away from your current location.
Go look to the others and be like, well, there was an assassination attempt, but apparently, maybe not so subtle type of assassination attempt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an assassination on the king. It's more like a massacre of the city.
Well,
I-
shit.
I'm going to immediately send a sending to the Lord. Shit. You have to evacuate the city. There's a dragon that comes out of that storm. Whatever you do, protect yourself and those around you, but try to escape. We can see it in the distance. We're trying to get to Athema.
I think you went like 8 over.
I'll cut some of the. You always add filler words, anyways. So I'll meet you.
I do.
I'll meet you halfway there.
Thank you.
Response back is swift. I will do so at once. We are seeing it from our banner.
He said they'll do it. There's not much we can do, guys.
You should probably still head to Athema.
Agreed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's.
Man,
If
this
Baylor
has-
fails, correct me if I'm wrong, but if that city were destroyed, Athema is the next best capital.
Yeah, go ahead and make a history check. Yeah, 10. So, Othema is nicknamed the Holy City. And it actually started off as Fort Frostbeard, and it was a protection of the Sun Tree. It actually has a very deep and rooted history before even the Sulars, which was the previous reigning kingdom over it. So, Othema and the like actually can be more rich city in comparison to Beelder. Beelder is a fortified stronghold. Nobility are only permitted within the actual walls of that city. The townships that surround obviously have common road, the bridge that crosses over the large and massive Gorg River, the western tributary. So you can draw that conclusion that Othema is the second source and realm of rule and power in the kingdom.
Look, I don't know everything about the politics, but if Baelder fails, Athema is where any resistance would be formed. We should go there and see if we can protect it and wait for the fallout.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yeah. Let's do this.
Man, this whole saving the world shtick can be a real downer sometimes.
Yeah. Not what it's all cracked out to be, huh?
Believe me, I know.
Nothing worth doing is
I
ever
know.
easy.
Speaking of, as we're all gathering up and hitting the road again, Thala and Istriel. I don't really know the ins and outs of this business, but is this body actually mine? Or is it like another one? Am I a clone?
Hmm. Do you feel like you?
I don't know if I can answer that question right now.
Hmm.
What's one of them, with them scholarly types say? Existential questions?
Well, that's how I'd consider it then. If you still feel like you're Joe, then you're Dirty Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you think about it, the whole foundations of reality weren't exactly what I thought they were anyway, so I suppose you could say it follows that my self identity isn't exactly as bedrockified as I always thought it was either.
Yeah. Not to mention that magic that brought you back is not traditional to say the least. Couldn't really be up.
Maybe honestly, maybe it's the opposite. Maybe it was traditional magic, like ancient, something we don't know about that was lost.
Well, when I was talking to that Cerberus guy, that's kind of how he made it sound. But his whole shtick kind of predates the current day, I don't know, goings on and how the gods tend to structure things. At least from what you were telling me about their whole rutabaga and potato-ness. So does that mean I'm more real than you guys now? Whoa. I gotta think
Yeah.
about that for a while.
Whatever
Behold,
helps.
behold Joe, Herald of Cerberus.
Oh man, I don't want to be a herald of that guy. He was a douchebag.
Hmm.
Almost as
Yeah.
mean as old Stinky. But whatever.
We should learn more about these primordials. We get a chance. We all are able to speak to them.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna get any more useful out of mine. I mean, he damn near zapped me into unconsciousness by the time I was done talking to him, so I think that's that.
Yeah,
I
we'll
don't
see
know.
what else is there.
I don't know if it's the best idea to open up your mind to mental, but as needed, sure.
Well, I don't know. Ever since I was a kid, it was kind of hard to not do that. So it's always been a bad habit of mine.
It also goes to reason that, the guy I was talking to was really kind of mean. Maybe y'all will have an easier time of it with somebody who's a little bit less nasty.
Mom's was a bit sassy, but sure. Bit direct, but not too bad.
Well, let's not forget these beings have agendas of their.
Of course.
Yeah, from the sound of it, Cerberus is still quite keen on, basically unmaking our entire reality and installing his own puppets everywhere. Guy was a real piece of work.
So first
Yeah.
we save the world from Damodar, and then we see about these elementals.
Ooh,
Well,
yeah, it's one thing at a time here. I might be fixing to retire after this.
I'm also thinking visions given from these stones as well. Um, Maybe the primordials are telling us something or trying to lead us in a direction to aid us in some type of way. Maybe we can learn to gain something from these visions. Like I said, we can communicate with them, but we can also maybe draw something out of it that can help us in the long run. We're most likely going to be caught up in this war, and that's not going to be fun.
Going to be? Man, we have been for a while now.
Yeah, but this land is pretty nice, and seeing what a battlefield will do to it is not going to be fun at all. Or, yeah, I'm just not looking forward to that.
I agree with you, though. We should, if they're willing to help, use their assistance in this fight. But let's just not forget that views change, perhaps, once the common enemy is defeated.
Wise words.
Do you think those of us who haven't had visions yet should start actively seeking out answers from our stones?
I wouldn't push you to do anything you wouldn't want to do, but I would advocate that the knowledge or what we would see and gain from that is, I believe, some level of importance, something that we can use on our advantage, something that would help us, whether it's against the dragons, Damodar, or whatever entity we have to fight in the long run. I think the primordials do have agendas, of course, but I also believe that they might be something that can help us if we use it right. Same
Drive
thing
for
with the
mission
old
to
one.
grab my stone.
With careful observation and supervision. But
If
yes,
we can draw some conclusions. Each stone, I'm going to hold out the pocket watch with the ruby in it, seems to be connected to a dragon of the similar color. The blue one to the blue one, the white one to the white one, the black one to the black one, silver to silver. We remember how big the red one was, yes?
yeah.
You want me to remind you?
Oh, no. I remember vividly.
Yeah.
That's the largest thing I've ever seen in my life.
As you're having a conversation, and you're proceeding north on the road, still at a quickened pace, now taking glimpses over your shoulders. We're 70 miles away in distance. The eclipse of the Earth, this planet, is difficult. You do not see the city. All you see is the occasional flash, a variety of different colors, popping every so often, lighting up the entire sky. You continue for roughly 30 minutes. Trader, with a small wagon filled with potatoes and carrots and other sorts of root vegetables, freshly sold from the barrel-up sacks, is at a quickened pace on top of their noble steed. They are human, rough, weathered complexion, brown hazel eyes, and blackish hair, fitting itself with a hat and a vest. They're riding in the direction of Fort Farron, opposite of where you're going. They hold up the hand to you very briefly. Do you know what's happening?
Some kind of bad storm, man. Something bad in the air. If I was you, I wouldn't spend too much time in the southward directions. Could be it's moving up north.
Oh, well, I'll hurry on to Fort Farron then. Get myself some shelter for the night. Thanks so much. Yep.
Hold on. You're coming. Where are you coming from?
Ah, sold my wares up at Othema. Heading back to Fort
How-
Farron.
How far is the city?
City Fair's fine. A little bit distraught. Something's got the whole Frost Guard at a twist.
When you say the whole Frost Guards, what do you mean by that?
Just checking and inspecting goods more than usual. Closing up the gates, only opening them, depending on who's leaving. Seem to have a chip on their shoulder.
Hear any rumors as to what they think might be out and about?
I don't know. Could be another dragon. That plagued the holy city before.
Right. Well, safe travels.
Safe travels to you. Blessings of
And,
light be upon you. You're religious.
And if you do end up keeping up in Fort Farron, do yourself a favor and stay close to one of the exits. There may be something brewing.
Oh. Oh, I appreciate that, traveler. I will.
Yes, in these times, honestly, Othema would probably be safest.
I don't have the coin to stay in Othema any longer. Spend most of it on the trade, and everything I earned needs to be put back.
How much would it be for you to stay in Othema?
Sure I can get stay in the tavern or the inn. Shouldn't be very much. A couple weeks. Less than 10 gold.
You know what? If you wanted to stay in Othema, I'd be happy to sponsor you.
Sponsor me? Or an innocent farmer like myself? Give me
You
coin?
know, in dangerous times like these, we need to look after each other, you know. The light of Palor can guide us, but it can't give us coin.
Oh. Alright then. Well. Didn't want to get back to the missus, but I suppose I can stay in the holy city a little bit longer.
I hand him 25 gold.
Thank you. Most generous. More than welcome to ride in the cart. It's just empty sacks anyways back there. My supplies. And I'm sure old Randolph here can pull you nonetheless. Two of you at least.
Mind if I do? Most
thank you.
gracious of you.
Turns the horse, wagging around the cart. Hop on the back of the cart. Continues to ride the mule. Now in the direction of north. You can call me Stanton.
Pleased to meet
great
you,
to
Stanton.
Yeah.
Nice country this far north. Pleasant weather this time of year. Normally it's pouring rain. No rain at all. Must be that storm brewing. I'm sure we'll see a deluge soon.
Well, I sure hope not, man. There's things that travel with these storms that are, well, best not viewed directly. Bad for your health.
Oh. Say, you all fixing as travelers here? You all have good weapons, armor on. Sell swords?
Adventurers would probably be the better term.
Adventurers. Wanderers. That's two different things.
You tend to find adventure when you wander about.
Well, the difference is one's found and one's lost. Which one are you?
It depends on your sense of direction.
Yeah, I'd say we spent quite a bit of time lost, but as a whole, we know the direction we're heading.
All right then. Yep. 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 Bill kicks off. Get on the way. Riding up the road to the holy city with you.
I'd fall a little back to Thea.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we made the wrong call heading to Eastmar too early.
I agree.
I know we wanted to protect a lot of people, but we faced Belzar and confronted him. Yet we had to walk away. I feel like we wasted time and did nothing when something terrible is happening behind us.
The way I see it is we made a choice. It might have been the wrong one, but it's the one we have to live with. We can't go back. We have to keep going forward. I've spent most of my life looking back. I don't want to do that anymore.
Yeah. I think when I first gained my powers and these abilities, and the knowledge to do what I can do, I always thought about how I can get back to the time before what I lost. It's weird, but I don't think I want that really anymore. I think more is kind of want to get back what's lost around me, things that I can prevent, maybe change. But even I don't have that power right now to stop something like that.
I don't think any of us do.
No. But we can keep trying. We didn't think we could do a lot.
Keep trying. We can keep trying. We've warned Baelder as much as we could. That's the assistance we can give them. We can provide physical assistance to Athema. So let's put our minds to that.
Yeah. Let's continue on.
Okay. So, the farmer stand and the mule, a small cart that you have given some coin over to, turn around back to it. You ride on or walk along the direction of the holy city of Theba.
Stanton, how much for your goods?
Well, it depends. You wanted to buy some?
Let's just say I get the feeling food will be in short supply soon.
Oh, why do you say that?
Just a clicking of the knee, so to speak.
Well, get it off your mind, boy.
Anyway, just how much?
Well, looking at a good potato or a carrot, anything with root, like rutabaga. Looking at a couple copper.
I mean for all of it.
Well, most of what you see in there is scraps. I sold most of what it is at Othim.
Oh.
You can take the scraps from the sacks if you wish. Sell them to you for 3 copper.
Costas, I can bring game down, no problem. We're fine for foraging off the land, plus we got supplies.
No, it's not for
Then
us.
Well, this poor man, look, if he's caught in the middle of something nasty, he's gonna need all the chow he can get for himself.
That's right. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Never mind then.
Is it just me, or is there something you all know that I don't know?
Well, I mean, you're aware of the war that's going on far to the south, right?
Oh, yep. Everyone's aware of the war.
Well, there have been some rumors bandying about that it may be making its way further to the north sometime soon.
Oh, you mean like the Rivera?
Well, I don't know the exact details, just something I heard on the wind. Not like a giant invasion force or something, more like, I mean, there's been rumors and whispers of saboteurs and the like. That's probably why the people up in Othema got their britches in a bunch. They've been hearing the same kind of things.
I see. You all getting involved with some very hairy business.
Well, contracts do tend to pay well in times of war. Now, we're definitely not frontline troops kind of people, but, you know, if we can make a little coin by helping people out and keeping the peace, we tend to do that.
Oh, you're on the side of the Taltars then, the war, huh?
Well, yeah, of course. We ain't like no common brigands or nothing. We like helping people out, making sure everything's running along smoothly, so to speak. Making sure nice people like yourselves are able to go about their business.
Can't allow no highwaymen to rob me of my delicious crops. I appreciate it. I serve like the audience of great humble adventurers.
Yeah.
What's wrong, young boy?
Oh, no. This is a personal issue. Nothing to worry yourself about.
Well, I have a whole day of travel ahead of us. We'll be getting there till nightfall. You always tell me.
Well, you know, my family is in Othema. Haven't seen them in a while.
Ah, your family. Who's your relatives?
That I cannot say.
Oh, you can say. Look at you. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Nice armor on. Let me guess. No.
You hit the nail on the head there.
I got it. Some lost wayward son.
Definitely wayward. That's
Not quite lost. I mean, he is working for the greater good here after all.
Oh.
And you know, we're only young once. He's trying to go about, you know, finding adventure in the world.
Oh, I see now. You know, I was wayward once.
Have any fun adventures?
Nope. Just got lost in the small wood.
Well, I guess that does fit the technical definition, don't it?
Yes, it does.
You know what? We spent quite a bit of time lost in woods, so I got some stuff in common with there.
Sometimes the best way to find yourself is to get lost.
That may be
Words to the
true.
wise there.
All right, then. Well. Yep. Here's the ride. Any other
Do we
questions?
still have the box of shit with us?
No, you left that. You said you left it.
Okay,
You're
I just
not
wanted to
doing that,
check
Reese.
because I was wondering why Stan.
It's entirely up to you.
I'm
Was it in
glad.
your possession when you polymorphed?
It was merged into him. Yes, please.
Technically, if it is equipped, it actually would merge into.
It would merge into him.
That no, that's not canon.
It's technically,
God.
rules is written. It happens.
You merged with a chest full of shit.
Costas just perpetually, no matter how much he cleans himself, an odor lingers.
Forever
Makes it
inside.
worse. It's Felix's.
Oh man, you're half goblin now.
Oh
The
my
first
God.
half.
That's how that works.
The worst half of goblin. Oh. Okay. Is there anything as this journey progresses? Is there any role play you may wish to do? I'm gonna just fast track us, narrate us to the holy city.
I mean, Costas is gonna be like, kind of hanging out on the campfire, seeing if you can talk to any other people, but no one in particular.
Well, we aren't resting, so we're gonna be. There's no rest after this. You're gonna be reaching Odothema. You'll be reaching this on nightfall, so it's gonna be roughly 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and you'll be at Odothema. Unless you wish to slow the roll.
No, we're not slowing down.
No.
Okay. I'm
What Otalo would do is probably like every 10 minutes or so, or probably every minute. He's not telling time. He's gonna be looking over his shoulder back at the storm, trying his best to gain whatever details he can, and gonna waste probably a couple more spell slots if he can to get in contact with the Lord after like let's say like 30 minutes, or if the storm gets intenser around the city. Just to check up on what's happening, if they made it out, if anything.
Should we tell Regmore what's going on?
We're gonna see him probably. So
Mhm. He has a spice empire.
I
Yeah.
know, but like he might be a bit confused as to why there's a giant storm and like Athema is tightening his guard.
we'll
No,
see him in a few
Regmore
hours.
saw that
To be
storm
fair,
too.
he's getting a bit confused at all times, huh?
Sure.
Regmore was on the ship. He knows what that storm means.
Okay.
To be clear, he probably just doesn't care that much.
Spices.
Well, Regmore's probably getting ready himself, if anything. Don't count him out. He's still a Wayward.
So, what's the first spell that you're going to cast?
I'm going to cast Sending.
Okay, so roughly 30 minutes. You're gonna do a sending spell.
Yeah. If the storm doesn't intensify or anything, I'm just going to cast it in 30 minutes.
So what you observe from afar as you look back, doing your glances, you notice that there is spiralization, pink and purple lightning. It seems to be stroking through the blackish clouds and even coming cascading down, creating bright flashes every so often. In the midst of that are pops and little spits and spats of different colored variations of light, all of which you know relate to magic being cast. You know that there is something happening, but you can't quite see it. You only see the light that is coming off the clouds and of the air around that space. Similar to a war zone from afar as you're watching. You're just a spectator. And as it's happening, it's quickening. So when one pop would happen, you'd wait maybe roughly 20 or so seconds. Now it's bam, 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 bam. And it becomes in such a rate that it creates a large blending of multiple colors. You then cast your setting spell after 30 minutes. Proceed.
What's going on? Did you make it out? King safe? Are you safe? I'm seeing a lot as we're going by.
Is that it?
Yep.
Message comes back properly. Band of Lord Downfalor is safe. We were on the road. We only watch from afar. Dragons attack the Elder. Forces of Damodar are in the streets. I'm sending a vanguard back to the city to help. But the defenses have been raised. The shields have been cast.
They're not in the city. But Damodar's forces are.
As we expected.
May Paylor guide them.
He didn't answer about the king.
The Lady of Othema will know.
Yeah.
Is there anything else in this journey, Othala?
To that, no. Just continue the ride.
Okay. As you reach the crossroads, crossing to the west, the road that leads east in the direction of Tholnir, that prism-like obelisk shape. Remember, so early in the campaign, we introduced this crossroads, that road that leads to that dwarvish city, and it reigns bare and vacant. You head west. Holy City is built in the bluffscape of the mountains as it protrudes outwards to the various elevated positions, that of Lore Keep, and that of the Sun Tree, where the cathedral, the temple, is perched onto the Holy District's plateau, that has that sort of barrier around it that holds the warmth and removes any moisture. No snow gets to that district, and that sits at the center point of the city. The drift encompassing most of it, the noble district burying, kind of separating the drift from the holy district to the actual keep's grounds, and that fortified keep with that frozen moat, that blackish rock that kind of extends outwards, that multi-leveled with interior courtyard. The gates are closed. As you approach, there is over 24 traders and travelers that have their wagons currently hitched here. People that must have been on the road up ahead of you, in the direction of the city. And there are Frost Guard, particularly the guard of the city. The same emblems of tabards of the Surcoat of Falor, in addition to their helmets and their polearms. They're having pamphlets, scrolls that they're kind of handing out to the travelers and the traders. The traders are reading them, they shake their heads, and then the guards are going through and beginning to go through the goods. And then they begin to reach out to the interior wall, beginning to signal them. The portcullis and the double-wooden door is raised. The towers are armed. Listas are there. They have many different soldiers positioned with their crossbows above. The walls are aligned. Razors are lit. They're currently at the ready. As you approach, murmurs of the crowd are amidst. And in those murmurs, you immediately recognize that there's fear and panic. Wondering of what's happening. Why is this happening? What's going on? What is that storm? Never seen something quite like it. I've lived hundreds of years, 200s of years, and I've never seen anything like that. I've heard it's like with the war. Mount Jamar, the volcanoes erupting constantly, the blackish clouds over. Someone comes all the way from Landart, has seen what the warfront looks like. It's depicting something similar to this. It's here, it's amongst us, causing more stir and more panic. Frostguard come over and begin to hush them. Begin to cease their conversation. Speak privately amongst yourselves, but not amongst the other travelers. One of the Frostguards immediately walks up to you. Well met. No goods. Looks towards Stanton's cart. Funnels through. Lapsack. State your business in the Holy City.
I believe you might know who I am, and then I gesture myself.
Looks towards you and squints. Takes off the helmet. Koss, is that you?
Yes, I
Oh.
need to...
100 years of... You've gotten older.
Yeah. No, can we get in?
Ha! Yeah, you can get in. It's your friend
Great.
Wayward. Begins to raise as the gate opens. This way. I begin to funnel you through the lined, just like kind of a path that's been created by guards. They're funneling you through. You're kind of splitting between. You see as Stanton looks. Am I allowed to?
We've been with him for a while. He's not a security threat.
Sees Bernard begins to mush them, and they begin to move the mule and themselves through
Okay,
into the
cool.
Holy City.
And just in case, in the midst of all the turmoil, I'm going to surreptitiously root around the potato sacks just to make sure that there's not anything else being smuggled in.
Go ahead and make a investigation check.
Oh, God, these rolls. Over the link, I'm going to send to Thea. Hey, I'm still a little bit frazzled. Could you just make sure our friend
yeah.
here isn't... Yeah.
I've already started. Investigation.
Go ahead. This is the cart of Stanton's.
Mhm.
Yeah.
28, you look through the burlap sacks. You see the remnants of rotten or essentially least picked food. Something you would go to a grocery store and be like, I don't want that. And it's in the burlap sacks that are lingering here. Just plain cloth. And it's been crudely stitched together. And there's a backpack in there as different supplies for Stanton. And there is sacks of feed for the mule.
Seems legit.
Yeah, it's one less thing to worry about.
Come into the beginning courtyard within the city. I'm going to go ahead and not bring us to the actual city district map, but it will be presented as all players. You can always click onto it if you want to have reference where things are at in the city. Within the military district is where you enter into this small courtyard. There is many different sorts of individuals in here of a variety, but not really any. When we first entered into the city long ago, it was primarily Dwarven refugees. And so that is not here really anymore. It's really traders that are still looking through the scrolls that were handed out to them. They're kind of funneling through. They're kind of shaking their head and wobbling it, and they come up to one of the guards. This is tyranny! You can't charge this! Well, the guard looks towards them. Hush now, citizen. It must be so. The coin is needed. Trust me. If you have any conflicts, we can find a way. You better. To go back to their goods and shuffles through to try to fix them just before heading to one of the areas that they're going to attempt to sell them within the city, or perhaps heading to the trader system or sign outside of those gates.
Hostis over the mental link. Ask your friend what's on those pamphlets and what exactly they're charging.
Cool. Stanton, or you? Oh, you mean Bernard, not Stanton. Oh, I'm
Yeah.
gonna ask Bernard what they're charging and what's on the pamphlets.
As you come in, the gate is closing. Bernard's duties are outside. You then kind of interrupt, and Bernard comes walking back, heading up towards the gate. You can see the interior chambers with the oil pots and the various things in case there's a siege within that small space that separates the portcullis and the double wooden door that's barred. Okay? You see as they kind of hold up the hand to stop closing. What's up, Goss?
What's up with the pamphlets? The merchants seem to be in uproar.
Just a raise of tax.
How much? I'm not gonna I'm just curious.
Well, your mom's in charge, so you ask her. Or read one of the pamphlets. Winks at you.
Okay, can you hand me one? Okay.
Reaches and grabs one, hands it to you. Here you go.
Thank you. Then I take a look.
Motions for the gates to come down and close. You walk out and the double doors shut. Portcullis comes through. You open up the scroll. It's parchment, unflapping it. You see, it simply states, by decree of Lady Daria the Bloodied, hereby declare that all merchant tax fees will be raised roughly 17%. Gold collected as tariffs for departure of the holy city. Gold will be stored, coin will be stored in the coffers of the Lord Keep and be used by the holy city as defenses against the Master of Dragons.
Okay, over the mental link to Thea. It's a pretty extreme, but, it's a tax hike. It's not like crazy, but just,
Joe's gonna grab the pamphlet, take a look at it. 17%? They are fleecing all the people just trying to get by, selling potatoes and shit. Man, look around here. Some of these mansions could feed these guys for the next 200 years. Why the hell ain't they taxing your rich ass, huh?
That's the thing, I don't know if they are or not, which is why I'm gonna save judgment. We literally
Someone
got here.
tells me the way this whole place works is all that tax dollar goes straight into your guys' pocket for your fancy manners. Yeah, sure, you organized a fence, but man, this ain't right. I'm gonna have some words with your dad, see if he can reverse some of this stuff, because this is ridiculous. These guys are trying to get protected from invasion. They have to get all the shit ripped out of their pockets. Man, this is exactly why I don't like governments.
If you want to talk about taxing the rich to help pay for these defenses, go on ahead. I mean, hey, that's one more money source to fucking pay for ballistas, and I love ballistas.
Amen. All power to the ballistas. Stand with the rich.
You hear commotion beginning to erupt in the western road that leads east towards where your exit currently is in the military district, the main gate of the city. You see the commotion being pushed through by various soldiers in outfits of capes that come through with gold and silver circlets that kind of clip their capes. They're still wearing the colorations in these cloaks of Valor, but they also now have a silvery symbol of a spiral wheel that kind of comes through at the center point of the cuirass in the chest. They are paladins, not just any paladins, but they have been anointed as a new guard as they come through Constance. You do not recognize them. Some of the faces you might have some familiarity through. One of them begins to approach. Stands tall. They hold the hand. The small squad stops, roughly 8 individuals. They dismount their horses. One begins to walk with the horse up towards you. Pulls the parchment out and hands it.
I will take the parchment.
Sir Costas Morninglight, your mother demands you on the blackened throne.
I mean, wow, she really knows how to scare me. Okay.
You are ordered, hereby decree, that Lady Daria the Bloodied, the hands of the Royal Silvered Guard. Follow this way, please.
Okay.
mount on the horses. They begin to turn around, expect you to follow as they begin to ride west, direction of the Holy District, and then past that.
I recognized some of these paladins, right?
You have some recognition of them. Yes.
What were their names?
Name? You're talking about specific names?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, I want you to go ahead and roll a d20 for me. This is determining how drunk you were when you interacted.
So is a 14 very drunk or not drunk?
14's pretty
We're
drunk.
about to find out.
It's pretty drunk. All right. So there's two individuals that you're able to recall from this group. We go ahead and copy them over into chat. You don't. Let's see.
I'm curious, how many of these do you have to make up on the spot, Michael?
Depends if I'm pulling from notes of other things that I kind of assume that he would know, or if I'm pulling from knowledge that I don't have randomly. These particular are not random.
I'll be honest, I kind of just assumed he had a random name generator open in a separate tab.
So what's important is that if you want behind the curtain, this is like a magician's secret, right? Behind the curtain. Yeah, you want to know? I'm hearing yes. No, front control. Gotta be affirmative yes. Everyone's gotta be degrees to this. I'm not gonna reveal secrets.
Hold on.
David, start nodding.
I have a hand raised. Okay, we got the hands coming up. Bing, 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 bing. I'm here. Okay, ducks. Oh, David's got a thumbs down.
Oh,
I think I'm with David. Let's keep the magic.
Keep the magic.
Yeah, I don't want the glass shattered. You know.
All right, no glass shattered. Okay. All right, so you know Lance of House Usid. Lance is not a House Lord. House Lord is March to the Banner of Thor. Lance would be what your position would be in your house, but they are older. So they are roughly 15 to 16 years older than you are. They are a half-elf, which isn't saying much in terms of age difference because they are half-elf. And then Bloodveth is a dwarf, and they particularly have House Burning Snow, which is a kind of a dwarven-based house, which doesn't necessarily have a whole lot of allegiance, but they are nobility, particularly from their dwarvish city long ago. Their clan, they've had some good ties in these other things. So how you know these two individuals is you might have encountering with them in the various places that you would drink or eat or just simply hang out, maybe even spar with or train. So I'll let you have the imagination to your fancy. But Bloodveth is particularly a female mountain dwarf, and then Lance is the male kind of half-elf, and they still have that attire of that silver guard, as I had described, which is plate armor, and it has this spiralized kind of symbol of essentially 6 different spirals that kind of come out at the center, and that's coated in silver. They have the capes of Falor, so they're still representing and they're still giving kind of what is Falor Keep and who is the lord really of this whole place. But they have something new, which is that symbol that is now put engraved into their fine plate armor. In terms of weaponry, they're going to have great swords, or they'll have long swords and shields. And they do have magical items. They're going to have amulets, they're going to have rings. They are all outfit for battle.
So, Lance, how's the injury treating you from the sparring?
Injury? What do you mean, injury?
I could have sworn that I've.
No, I
gave
injured
a
you.
Good.
Twisted your
Oh,
ankle
no,
right
no.
up.
I could have sworn I went the other way.
Looks towards you. So riding the horse. How much did you have to drink, Cassus?
Actually, I've been I haven't drank anything in a while.
It's good for you.
Nah, drop.
The eyes still stare forward as they ride, not giving the acknowledgement of sight.
Anyway, Bledveth, that's how it's pronounced, right? I'm sorry. I do know I was drunk when I first heard it, and I definitely mispronounced it. So, might be up in the brain wrong.
That's the name. Don't fuck it up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry. So how are you doing? I see you two got a promotion, so
I'm doing right fine.
how's my mom treating you?
Stares at you, blackish eyes. Slight tinge of green through their plate armor helmet. How do you think your mom's treating us? She is the bloodied after all.
Yeah, I can imagine.
We are the Royal Silvered Guard. We serve the keep and your mum to the death. In protection, the holy service of Paylor and the Sun Tree.
One thing I have been curious about. After she draws your guys' blood, is she want to drink it at all? I mean, just how bloody is the bloodied?
I recommend you do not ask that question in person.
Too late, I already did.
Lance looks back and snickers. You should definitely ask that when we get there. Lady Daria would find that extremely amusing.
I mean, I think it's a coin toss between laughing and finding your head like in a ditch.
Speaking of your mom, Costas, does she typically order you to come see her, or do you think this is due to that gold request for the gambler back in Elathan?
I have no idea.
We
The
already
thing is
got word to her that, our assistance is needed.
that, like,
I imagine
yeah,
it's the current situation at hand.
yeah, this is not normal circumstances of needing to contact me. So
Speaking
there's
of circumstances, hey there, Blood Vota, or whatever your name was. What exactly is kicking on around here?
There's no response.
Alright, fine, Bledveth.
Good thing you got the name right. All your questions will be answered when we get to the Blackened Throne.
out of curiosity, how much do you guys already know about what's going on with the storm?
Lance looks towards you. You know as well as I, we cannot give you any information you seek. You have been commanded by royal decree from your mother. You will find yourself in audience with your mother shortly. Spend that time perhaps thinking of questions to ask, without causing your mother to lose herself.
I know. It's at this point I'm kind of just trying to enjoy my last moments of freedom before I get slapped in the face. So because I know I'm gonna say something stupid and I just get anyway.
Hey, Costas. What's your mom's favorite color? And please don't tell me it's red, because, man, that would be no imagination at all.
Yeah, I don't know, but I would actually. Part of me wants to say it's red, but I feel like it's not. Can I do like a? I would like to try to remember what the favorite color is.
An intelligence check. What is the color of the flower that your father gave to her?
I think they were roses, so red.
There are different kinds of roses, though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Go ahead and make a nature check.
A nature check.
That's correct.
Oh no.
I love how this is like your own backstory, and like I'm having you roll for it. It's so fucking great. 21 is described as a rose. In this particular climate, it must have been a white rose.
Yeah. I believe it'd be white.
I immediately turned to Felix. You know what you have to do.
Yeah, no, don't.
Good
Don't
looking
you
out,
dare.
Joe.
You hear the calling of a vendor nearby on the main thoroughfare. White roses here! White roses here!
Yes. Yes.
Selling for a bouquet of roses!
Costas runs at full speed to the thoroughfare and attempts to buy their entire stock before Felix.
It's over 27 bouquets.
I will try to steal one for
So will
Felix.
I.
You grab, setting the silver flying. Pretty much gold pieces at this point. You can grab onto the white rose bouquets. They're neatly tied together. Flower vendor looks towards you humbly as this halfling with a cheery face, selling their wares of such ferocity that your party members come in to swoop, pulling roses left and right as you're holding them, trying to stop them from grabbing them. Even Bloodbath and Lance grab a rose away.
So, I would like to, without the vendor seeing, message cantrip the vendor
Okay.
and say, if you give away the roses to this paladin, you give away your life.
You can't have these roses anymore! Begins to pull it back from you, tugging at them wildly. Let go of them! See as the Royal Silver Guard stops to a halt, Lance and Bloodbath begin to dismount, drawing the weaponry.
I just want to buy them.
What is happening here?
Friendly competition.
Not for
I like
sale
to buy
anymore!
them.
Sale has been removed! Begins to hold the coin in the pouch they just recently pushed, throwing it back at you, Costas, as it lands.
I'll take a bouquet, though.
I can't sell any. Well, to you. Yes, I can sell to you. I can sell to you. Yes. Yes.
I will message cantrip again. Like, yes, you can sell to him.
I can't sell to you. Begins to grab one of the bouquets, ripping it out of your palms. Costas and hands it to your companion.
Costas, you've been here for 20 minutes. Stop acting up.
Costas would like to make
you're
an
noble, aren't
investigation
you?
check to figure out the fuck is going on.
Lance grabs you on the shoulder, Costas. Costas, are you okay?
Yeah, can I make an investigation check to see what the fuck is going on?
I need you to make an insight check.
Costas is just like this.
16. Really seems like the vendor has a change of heart.
Okay, that was quite sudden. You may have back your floral arrangements.
Thank you kindly. Thank you kindly. Begins to put them back in their respective holders. Variously, one bouquet missing, and various other flowers have been pulled from the party members.
You need to learn social cues. Okay?
Social cues. The man.
You're intense.
Very, very aggressive.
Three notches down.
And
It's
as they're
okay.
haranguing him, I'm going to surreptitiously hand them to Felix.
I will take him.
Bloodbath
During
and
this
Lance.
chaos,
Go ahead.
during this chaos that was erupted by Costas and Felix and the flower vendor, would it be possible for me to like surreptitiously use the bullseye lantern to try to notify the Rudikar in this town that we are here?
That was a long time ago. They said in the night to do that. We're technically here in the night, so I'm going to advance the time clock because we are in the hours of 8 o'clock, I'll probably say. So if you wish to dart into the alley and climb upon the roof and light that up, you can.
Just so that like another party knows that we're in town.
You grab the lantern, lighting it in the various way, that kind of Morse code-ish on the, I would say like a balcony of maybe upper floor of one of the drift buildings here, where the thoroughfare is kind of coming through. Some of the vendors that have perched up some of the quick cells. You light the lantern in the direction of the merchant's quarter, which is where the merchant's district, right? That's where the bar branch currently is, and where you'd imagine that they'd be receiving the signal. Lighting the color of that lantern, and then you close it up, come back down to your party. All of while this chaos has happened, you see as the Royal Silver Guard is able to mount back up, sheathing their weapons, and they continue to walk. And everyone is happy with their white roses except for us.
It's okay, Costas. I'm sure there'll be other roses you purchase.
Costas just has a confused look on his face.
And out of character here. Felix, or sorry, David. You've had a message cantrip the entire time and you've been badgering Othala for them? For days?
Othal's been using sendings.
So message is a range of 120 feet, and I have to see the target, or I have to know where they're at. And Halfalo can send his anywhere in the realm.
This
Got it.
universe. Yeah.
Thanks for clearing that up. Proceed.
Just out of paranoia, looking up in the sky. How does the sky look? I know it's nighttime, but does it look particularly cloudy or anything? Any clouds in the area?
No, everything looks to be okay. There's still overcast. There's clouds. The snow is softly falling down. You are in the Frosthorn after all. The snow is all year round. But there is no discoloration or purple and pink acting lightning.
Okay.
Othala, is something bothering you?
Yes. Very much so. Same way should be bothering you, is it not?
Have you
Ah,
not
yeah,
been
it's the
paying
flower
attention?
vendor, right?
I worry about you, Costas. You know, I worry about your future, to be honest.
We'll be here to make sure you come out all right.
Yeah, sure. But
And hey, if nothing else, remember, money solves a lot of problems. You'll be fine.
yeah.
Yeah, if worse comes to worse, they could always pay off the dragon to not attack Othima.
You know what? That might actually work.
That
Yeah.
would definitely not work. If
Feed
only
the
it did.
horde.
Have you seen how much how much they like gold? They need to get that gold somehow.
Have you seen how much they don't have control of their own whims and faculties? If he was just a bunch of rogue dragons, yeah, sure, pay them off and they'll go fuck off to the hills or whatever. That ain't what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I said might, not will.
Okay, now I'm worried too.
Hmm.
There's some
That's
things
what I'm
money
saying.
can't fix.
I'm worried.
I'm worried that you two are just reaching this conclusion. To be worried.
I had hope. I still do, but I'm still worried.
Progress is being made. He's learning the ways of the world.
I feel like he
No.
needs to go back to drinking.
On that,
might
we
be
are agreed.
maybe an oversight. Nobody wants to go back to cleaning up.
I wasn't cleaning it up.
Yeah, as I
Come on,
recall,
Lord.
we handed him the mop.
He was learning discipline. Takes care of his own mistakes. He cleans up after himself. We recreate vomit so he learns again.
So, as we follow along with the Royal Silver Guard, you are making quick way through the drift, and the rest of the military just through the drift. And eventually, you reach into the Holy District. has that warm and inviting, calm temperature to it at all times. There's no snow here. Be able to kind of come through by the actual temple, the large cathedral that's there, and into that courtyard. The courtyard is filled with many different sorts of wagons and other vendors and traders that would be here. They are at the back end of what it would be a festival. Scholars Fair happened a day prior. And this is all the relics of that. They had stages put up with various sorts of variety of like tournament fare, where there'd be like actual like duels between mages. They kind of showcased other sorts of parlor tricks. There's exotic animals, even extraplanar creatures in cages, and some circus folk that are kind of putting themselves back together in the canopy tents and these other things. So all of this is being kind of retracted and put away. So you have a various amount of folk through here of great diversity. And what stands out to you, and most of the, I would say most of everybody here, is just how many of them use magic. There's many magic users from very far off lands, and even that within wizarding schools here in Kingdom. Many of them show great promise in their studies and their trade and in their professions now. They had other bard performers as well, packing up that theater. And so you're just pushing through as you try to keep up with this guard who request your mother Constance have a meeting for keeping the flag. Without further ado, we're going to go take a break. So, go through a slight description of the keep, and we'll kind of come back into the throne room. Lady Daria's, we'll go through some roleplay there. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much, really appreciate it. We'll be back in about 10 minutes or so, so we'll come back about 6:14 p.m. PDT. Hopefully you join us when we get back. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Thanks so much for rejoining us. We are on the way to the Blackened Throne to Flora Keep, accompanied by the Royal Silver Guard. Now, you're coming through the city here. You're then going through the noble district, filled with those illustrious type of manors, filled in their kind of estates, if you will, that have rocky kind of snow and ice caves, evergreen trees, and the walls. You know where House of Morning Light is. You've been there. You saw how immaculate and large that structure was. It had its own servants' house as well as stabling, many different sorts of servants to accompany that manor, and individuals that worked within it. You are going directly down this holy road towards the interior wall, the gate, which is shut. It sees you all beginning to come through. It immediately opens it. And what you recognize here in the elongated kind of road and courtyard is that there is many wagons of nobility and other people that are currently yelling up at the wall. So there's here in the wagons and the carts, they're looking up in the direction of the wall segment with the riddle of the Frost Guard, as well as Falor Paladins, and of the Royal Silver Guard, which is on the wall. So the three different sorts of factions are up there. The nobility are yelling at them, kind of reaching upwards. What's going on? What's happening? I've heard news! And like these other things are kind of coming through. Because remember, it's not just physical communication. It's also magical communication. And some of these nobility families might have relatives within Beelder, and they can also speak through means of magical messages. And so this is all happening where they're yelling and beckoning up towards the wall, and they are stoic. They are giving anything to the crowd, even though they are nobility. Then the gates are going to open. And as that happened, you see as the Royal Silver Guard comes out, those with shields begin to form a bulwark as they kind of work themselves out into formation, shifting the weight of the heavily plate armor. They grip their swords and they hold the shields forward, and they begin to push the direction of the crowd backwards, funneling a space for the horses and yourselves to begin to push through the crowd. As you get that, you now come into the actual keep's grounds, which is very barren. There's not many individuals training in here. Much of what would be is on the walls or in the keep itself, the fortified positions to defend this holy city.
Michael, you're lagging out.
Wait for it. Am I back?
Now you're back.
I'm back. All right. You know, I'm really glad it happens in these small little spurts. Man, you can imagine if I just lagged out for like 5 minutes. It'd be crazy. I take it. I take what I can get, you know? So, in the actual keep's grounds, in these structures, the barracks is, as well as the lists, and these places that would be populated, gardeners within the courtyard prior to the drawbridge as it reaches up into the direction of the keep, they're all empty. It's like a ghost town. Because all these people are at the walls. They're in the keep. They're in the fortified positions. They are on defense. They are on guard. You notice the towers, the cranials of that blackened keep has multiple towers and different levels as it extends upwards. You see the arrow slits, there's movements and shadows within the large ballistas and siege weapons on the keep ready to go in case there's an attack upon it. Everyone is on guard. And the one thing that you see here, which is rather different, is that the particular sorts of right, we talked about story-wise with the group. We all remember what happened to the keep?
Mm-hmm.
Got exploded.
It got exploded.
You can see some of that destruction within the roof structures that has been pushed together and sorts of kind of repaired, and that has different colorations of stone as well as shingling that they've done within the rooftop of the keep. Remember, there's an interior courtyard to this keep, and it's kind of a square, a little bit rectangular-like shape with the towers, and so you can see some of the outer walls, and that has been repaired and has had more work, and some of the scaffolding alongside is still there, like remnants of where the construction guilds and things that come outwards to repair it are all there. So the Royal Silver Guard is not leading to the drawbridge because the drawbridge is raised. It is raised and closed. The frozen moat surrounding. They're actually leading to the north side of the keep where a rampart, naturally bridge of snow and ice rock, begins to pull itself to the second floor of the keep, an elongated first and second floor of like a large garage chamber. And inside there's many different wagons and benches and seating and tables that have been pitched up. And there's various sorts of stewards and servants and other people that would be accompanied like an entourage of many different nobility of high stature within the city. Not just nobility of pedigree to align to the House Floor, but those align to the Sun Tree and to the city, particularly that. And you can see the colorations and the banners. Some of them are playing cards. They might be reaching towards tankards that are set up loosely. And above here is a balcony scape that looks over this spot with the perennials and these archways every so often. And inside straw and other sorts of chambers and hallways that are leading to various places in the keep. And there's guards just surrounding us and looking down upon them. Not with weapons pointed at them, but they're just watching and observing. There's also 2 towers that flank the rampart on either side, and those are corresponding to the actual gate, the portcullis that can be raised and lowered for this segment. And they raise it for you all to come inside. Crowd begins to murmur. They begin to have vocalizations, but they're silenced by one person, individual, one person specifically. And that's you, Costas. Silence as they look towards you and they go to, is that Costas? They're beginning to kind of whisper and come out themselves. And you're trying to figure out why. And it's a little bit of fear. Fear that they don't want to do something bad in front of you that would have ill favor. Okay? So some of the servants are kind of fixing themselves a little bit. They might be adjusting, putting down the cards a little bit, giving, little swars with the hands, maybe doing little bows and curtsies as you're coming through. And then you're funneling through the horses after dismounting. You're coming through with them, a couple of them still on horses. 2 of the guards stand by here, and the others go through a double wooden semi-arched door into the interior courtyard, filled with those vegetation of flowering plants and statues and altars in the direction of the floor. This large, massive courtyard with snow softly falling down is something you've been in the direction of the Blackened Throne with the entrance on the western side. You pass into there.
Hey, it's Regmar.
Begin to see the double wooden doors open, and you pass into there, into a crowd and sea of nobility. There is the Royal Silver Guard at the ready, position themselves at every point with these large, tall lamps, these lanterns that are lit with dancing flame, blackened, marbled pillars that extend up in this blackened throne chamber of this black rock and the white kind of marbling of the throne, as well as the platform above. They shut the doors and they lock them as something that is oh so familiar. The royal guard that accompanied you is not going to come in with you with their horses. They simply are going to turn themselves and head in back in the direction of the garage chamber with the many different wagons and kind of servants. When you come in here, you can see their pocket of frost guard as well. They're currently just helping tend to the masses and helping provide nourishments and refreshments to the various nobility that might be a little bit older and in need of it because they can't stand for a whole lot. There's not a lot of seating in here. And there is others, not just the Regmore Silverkin or of John Halfar, which happens to be the halfling, owns the greenhouses. But they have their own company of private guard. They have servants. They also have a scribe with them. They have a little bit of pocket, if you will, on the south end. There's Imperial College mages along the edging of the western side nearby the throne, one of which has a mantle that has signs of hierarchy and rank that's purplish in color. And then there is this particular one, and this actually is the Wrangler Ugu. You know this character. They have a revamp of their artwork to make it a little bit more aligned with what Wrangler Ugu actually looks like. And yeah, you got that gruff voice. And so They have a formation in front of them. There is a voice that is reading some things out in various proclamations to the various nobility that might be coming by, and they're all just waiting. Your mother, Leodaria the Bloodied, her sits upon the throne. You begin to. I got a hand raised. What's up?
Just before any RP started,
Okay.
as we were walking in, Casas would have felt the bouquet of flowers that Joe gave me pushed into his hand.
Okay.
Oh,
Thank you.
I'll just tip my hand like, this one's on you, bud. You got it.
and you didn't prestidigitate your clothing to be stark white?
I could probably
Aw.
prestidigitate to not smell like feces, but that's it. Yeah,
Come over towards Regmore. Sees Regmore currently is eating from a servant who holds a large basket full of loaf breads spiced. It's eating them.
Did you? Oh, hell! How's the Spice Empire going?
Oh man, I don't even know if I can do a Regmore voice. I thought I could. I don't even. It's hard to remember. You know,
Kind of
It was
terse.
like-
doesn't
It's
really
like
Yeah.
really,
Right.
really slow. Like
got a large
It's really
draw,
slow.
slow draw.
Yeah.
I'm Regmore. Yeah, I'm getting it. Regmore. I mean, that's
like
pretty close.
molasses.
Like molasses. Like molasses. Hi, Dirty Joe. It's pretty
Always good to see you again, man.
good to see you.
Business going well?
Business is going well. Good as can be. Teamed up with John Hallfart here. We have Silverkin Spices now. Got ourselves a guild. Formed and tried and true.
Hells yeah, man. Cooking around here around camp ain't never been the same since you've been gone. Speaking of them spices, you got a bag on hand I can get off you?
I could give
You're
you
more than you're
that.
cooking.
You gotta stop telling people they're more than their main attribute. It seems condescending.
Hey, man, it's a compliment. This man's skills are legendary.
Looks like you could eat.
He took-
You need some
He
food?
took great pride in it, the cooking.
Begins to hand you a large baguette. Spice to perfection. Breads with spices.
Oh, yeah.
That's my latest thing.
Breads with spices.
Breads with
Breads with
spices.
spices.
You know how
Yeah,
old,
I
stale,
don't
and
know.
reg bread gets? Regmore's got to spice it up.
I don't know, Reg. I might need a few loaves of that because I think I lost weight without you around.
Oh, yes, you do. Look how thin you are there. Begins to grab a couple of loaves. hands
Othala
it to you.
too. I mean, he's
Othala, you there
bones.
too? No,
He's
here you go.
bones.
Begins to grab a large meat pie from the knapsack as well. I baked this morning too. You all want this? It's mutton filled with 11 different spices and herbs.
God damn it. Colonel Rigmore.
Colonel Rigmore.
Colonel Rick.
He has his own branch.
You know what? He's gonna defend the city against the. He's just gonna get the title colonel.
You know, you said something about Colonel. That's actually our head position at the Guild of Silvergun Spice. I'm Colonel Regmore.
Nice.
Well deserved, my friend. Well deserved.
Thank you.
We missed you, buddy.
Miss you too. How you all keep it up?
Well, it's been a wild ride to say the least, but we're still in we're all in one piece, right? Yep, all in one piece.
have you been keeping in check with the other clans? Still communicating?
Communicating is hard work. We tried. We sent some traders. Some of those traders didn't get back from Silvergun Spices.
Wow.
Figured you're here for a
Unfortunate.
reason. Are you here because things happening?
Yeah. I'm assuming you as well.
We are. We were given royal decree by the lady.
I mean, you are Regmar.
Well, we are. I am Rigmo. And John here's not so bad himself, are you, John? John shakes the head.
Yeah, I think we only met once. How you doing?
You wouldn't right good.
You know, we've been out on the road for a while. Y'all know what all this scuttlebutt is about? Earning me in the wind, so to speak.
Well, all I know is... Man, Regmore's voice is so tough. My God.
You've got it though. It's
I'm,
that,
get,
like, weird
I'm getting
soft...
the Regmore. I'm getting the Regmore
You
down.
gotta get more-
I can't get
some more
deep
Regmore
in
in
there.
there.
You gotta get rass, yeah.
No, that's Yadier.
Yep.
I'm going Yadier. No! Regmo. Wait, I want to go high pitch for that. Regmo. It's like
very soft. Yeah, it's very soft and
Very
like
soft,
slightly.
slightly.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm gonna get it. It's coming. Oh man. Looks towards you, Dirty Joe. All we know is that there was some things happening that not so good.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Well, shit, man. It was great to see you. If we're hanging around in town for a while, we'll definitely shoot the shit, have a few drinks, yeah?
Eat some
That
more.
sounds good.
Oh, yeah.
Because you know
Yeah.
I'm so starved.
Oh, I have a nice
Starved.
luxurious manor now. Where it's just fine and true. South end of the whole district.
Doing well for yourself.
It's
Oh,
small.
yeah.
It's a small manor. It's a house, but it'll do quite nicely. Oh man, I want to go so deep, but I can't get there though. You're all invited.
Oh, man, we're there.
There.
We are.
This is
Thank you.
Israel, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Yes. Hi,
hi, Israel. My name's Regmore Silver.
Regmore. Yes, I've heard great things about you.
You decided to join them?
I have found myself now a Wayward.
Why don't you come here? Begins to motion for you to come closer.
Yeah. She kind of looked and I was a little like trepidation. Okay.
He's safe. As long as he's not wandering around.
It's a take of you looking left and right. Looks like you need to eat more.
I get the sense you tell that to quite a bit of people.
Begins to reach into the servant's right robe pocket underneath. Pulls a large, giant chocolate chip cookie. Hands it to you.
She'll take it and
I thought it was necessary. A meeting such as this could be quite long. I want to make sure we get plenty of treats and snacks.
Good looking out, my man. And Israel, as to your observation, as far as Regmore is concerned, he's absolutely right when everybody around should be eating his cooking as much as possible. It is a rare treat. Load up as much as you can while you're here.
It is.
noted. Thank you, Reg.
You're welcome. See as the music begins to subside, the murmurs of the court, as Lady Daria begins to stand tall. Ringler takes a step down. Stares directly at you, Costas. The bard stopped playing with fanfare. Crowd begins to slowly turn the direction. Make all of them turn. Sir Costas Morning Light.
Costas looks around like he's looking for who Sir Costas Morning Light is.
Stares directly at you, waiting for a response.
Oh, you mean me? Yes.
Approach. See as the ward begins to speak from this servant. It's particularly like someone who, there's a term for it, I'm forgetting off the top of my head. But they are messenger of sorts. They vocalize for the court. Kind of like a scribe, but not really taking notes. Or someone that presents.
A herald?
May I present? What was that?
A herald?
Yes, I am. Yeah, not quite a herald. There's something in medieval court. There's a term for it. I'm remembering, but I'm just forgetting right now. See, as they yell outwards the direction of the entire. Sir Costas, Morning Light of House Morning Light, first to the name of House Lord, and son of Lady Daria the Blooded, steward of the Frosthorn, and Lady of House Morning Light. Crowd goes, hear, hear! See as your mom looks towards
Joe
you.
waves a baguette.
Magical thing.
I take out a little piece of like couple pieces of metal and I make a little recorder as recording that whole thing.
Okay.
Nathan, I'm saying this quietly, but Nathan, before we
See as your
begin,
mother
as I
holds
get
up the
this,
hand. Silence. Have you forgotten your place? Kneel.
I do so. But I'm also gonna quickly
Rise.
like wave. Yeah. Okay. I do so.
And kneel once more.
I do so.
I beat David to oh God.
Although I'm giving an eye roll.
Now rise
I do so.
and give your mother a kiss.
I do so.
Walk forward onto the steps. Embrace your mother's hands. Grabbing, you lay down a familiar nobility kiss on either side of the cheek. And the second stroke, your mother's voice pierces into your ears. I spoke to your father. And I know how much coin you've pulled from our house's coffers. And I know what reason you have pulled this coin.
Now you see, I anticipated I'd be in trouble, and so I brought a
Pulls
gift,
back.
and then he's gonna pull out the flowers.
Does not listen to you. Motions from right to left. Points down to the runner for you to retract yourself from the steps.
I am
You
kind
all
of just
are gathered here today. Commanded by me, steward of the Frosthorn and Lady Daria of House Morning Light. My title, the Bloodied, will not be seeing itself today within this court. You all have a stake and have a claim to this holy city that goes beyond pedigree of nobility, even though you might find yourselves with names declaring as such within the kingdom of Arthuria. Maybe even having royal lines dating back to the predecessor of Sular before the Twelthars took reign, and even have some foundations within the first people who had arrived on the lands and the shores of this great continent. Regardless of your pedigree, you are brought here because of your allegiance to the Sun Tree and to this throne, to these people. I have been met by a member of the Empyrean College, a guardian of sorts within the hierarchy of their wizarding school, their guild and cohort that aligns themselves to the divine throne and upholds the Talthar rule and order. They have brought news that Beelder is under siege. This news is brought to us with the messages sent by the heroics of my son and their companions, detailing an assassination, a plot, is at a hand to the Talthars. I have been in communication with the Lord Thalon Falor, who is on the road, and they speak to their claim as well. The Master of Dragons leads the siege, and they are in command of many dragons. Red, gold, and green. The size and the likes that would crumble the very fabric and the land of this continent. Dragons that could destroy the world. This Empyrean mage has told me that the forces of Damodar stride in the streets. Towering fire giants that squash and pull apart buildings filled with innocent children, eating them for sport.
Nom 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 nom.
Opposing mages, that which are fallen from the Wizard's Keep and from the underbelly, the Reckoning. The Vodia, goblinoids, variety that still lay claim to the olden ways, the worship to dragons as gods. They teleported away from the college to give news that the defenses of Beelder would not hold, and that a meeting would need to be taken place. The meeting to give you all the news of such destruction and such tragedy, that thy king would be spared. You know that the king and prince have escaped the city. Warnings provided by my son and companions. Have ensured that the king and prince and court has escaped the citadel and the people's palace through the tunnels that lie throughout. They are under strict guidelines to go into hiding. They will be accompanied by the High Morning Lord of the Justicars, where they will be for many weeks. It is my duty as steward of the Frosthorn, in place of the Lord Down for Lore, that would assume control and rule over the throne, the divine throne, to take allegiance, to ensure that there will be no falter from the rule of the Talthars. You will leave this meeting, and you will return. You will ask your envoys, your magistrates, your heralds, your scribes. You will ask them to write sworn allegiance to the Talthars, to this throne, the divine throne. For we do not know what will be left after the Master of Dragons is through. with Beelder. There may very well be nothing. Molten rock and crumbled ash. The death of thousands, their bodies looking the streets. The silence overtakes. Sia's mother motions for you to stand at their side constantly. I now declare that if all hope has been lost, the king and prince are not recovered, and the Lord Thalon Falor falls, I now declare myself and my son as queen and prince. That day will not come. We will not see it. But know that when you leave this keep, that hope is not lost. That we will band together and we will find strength. That the noble houses of the elder have escaped with the warning of my son and companions, and that they will make their way to the holy city. To vouch their allegiance to the Telthars. And I will be a steward and a lady. And my son, heir to House Lord. Only that. But if not, we will do what is necessary to maintain order and rule. Especially the threat of someone like Damodar and their dragons. The crowd is loosely clapping. Present moment.
Can I do a scan and see who is okay with this information and who is not?
Go ahead and make a perception check. Insight, really. I mean, it's more insight, I think, because you're
Insight?
Yeah, you're kind of like
That's a plus 13.
Yeah, you're kind of being like, is anybody not okay? Right? Is anybody standing up being like, that sucks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the same. It would be the same roll.
Yeah. So what I'll give you with the insight check is that there is a slight fear amongst the crowd. Remember, these aren't high pedigree individuals. These are individuals that have stake in the city and the sentry in this city. Okay, and so they do have some power. Regmore Silverkin is now one of them, having a spice guild, and has their own mercenary guard alongside them. Right? You have the Wrangler Ukus, the commander, the watch commander of the Frost Guard. Got Royal Silver Guard all up the wazoo. You got some sort of hierarchy from the Empyrean College here. You have various nobilities with other stakes of guilds and houses within the city that have direct ties. The one person you don't see is that of Valria, which happens to be the head priestess, right? Word of the Light. They aren't currently here. What you can take from this is that they got lost. Lady Daria is not exactly the best to have leading court. They are a battle-hardened general of war. Their duty should not be to sit upon a throne. But they did have strong points. And that's what you're getting from the crowd, is that if things were to go south, there has to be someone that will take that authority. They have done it. I think from your insight being so high, you're able to pinpoint a little bit is that Lady Daria has done some things as steward, and now in the quickness of what has happened, they have done some things in terms of mercantilism that are not so attractive. And this room does comprise of a number of merchants.
Like the 17% tax hike
Exactly.
out of nowhere. Yeah.
Yep. So that might be, we don't think we really want you to be queen, if you're going to have taxes like that, but I think everyone is okay with having someone with stature of war being on the head of defense against Damodar. So I'll give you that. It's a high roll.
Okay.
Midari opens the hands. Refreshments will not be provided. Royal Silver Guard will escort you out of the keep when you will take your leave. If you have questions, you may approach the throne, and I or the watch commander will answer them. This city is now on curfew. You are to be indoors at dark. Rations and provisions may come in the weeks ahead, which is why I'm not providing rations here. If the people in the drift will be without food, then we here in the Floor Keep will as well. Bards,
I'll just quickly look over, like, hey, you don't listen to curfew, though, right?
looks towards you. No? Oh, baby. Lady Daria. It's not. Gosh, man, Ragnar's voice. I'm gonna get it, I swear. It's like an Irish thing. It's not even molasses.
It's like a mix between Southern and Irish,
Southern
and
Irish.
it's really soft, and it's
You gotta add a little bit of like old man rasp.
Little bit of an old man rasp.
An old Southern Irish man.
Irish trouble the morning dews. Rigmore. man, Red, if you're watching this, I mean, you're probably
Yeah,
not,
it's
but
hard,
yeah,
great.
butchering your character so hard.
Great.
How did you do this voice for so long?
Oh man,
because it was just his
That's
voice.
just his voice. It was his voice.
While you're trying to find it, I'm just gonna whisper to Thea real quick. I'm not gonna stick around. I'm gonna wait outside for you guys. It's a little stuffy in here for me.
It smells, if you would.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
I'm going to approach the throne and then give a respectful curtsy, because I am not exactly well versed in the correct court protocol. Hey there, your bloodiness. One thing I did want to bring up that I noticed coming in here with the acting prince here, who has been great, by the way. He's grown a lot. You know, a lot of the citizenry currently are really feeling the pinch. That are, they're kind of being bled dry. And, I know that we're kind of in times of trouble, but as we're not currently facing absolute oblivion, it's just my own view that maybe squeezing them for everything they're worth currently is not a good way to bolster good spirits or support. I mean, Lord knows I've seen. Yeah, as I'm doing with exhaustion 1 and with no
Your
charisma.
exhaustion 2, technically. You were
Was
on
it
exhaustion
2?
3. Now you're at 2. You got one exhaustion
The
removed
character
for the
she
long
said it
rest.
was 1.
Okay.
Since I'm next to Lady Daria, I'd like to give the help action by kind of like, for example, like excusing like his poor man, like poor court decorum and stuff like
Every
that.
time you attempt to speak, your mother puts the hand up towards you to silence you.
I am going to burn a lucky now.
We no help provided for your companion. Burning a
Is this
lucky-
door actually locked?
They do have it locked, but as soon as you begin to approach, they'll bring you out, and 2 of the Royal Silver Guards will escort you back into the direction of that garage and then depart the key. They'll actually take you home. So they're going to escort you wherever you need to go in terms of the city. But you can leave after the key, right?
Yeah, because I've been like trying to open it for the.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm like, I thought they locked us in here.
I'll put you out here, sorry. No, they didn't lock you.
Night wedding.
It is locked, but yeah, they'll unlock it for you and let you leave it.
Okay, so that'll be an 11.
Okay. So, an 11. What is your name?
Dirty Joe Buckwilder.
Dirty Joe Buckwilder, companion of my son. You've figured out this in the hours that you've been within the city.
Yes, I have.
You must be
I
some
have
sort
eyes
of
now.
exemplary from some merchant's guild.
Yeah, we have a slightly different system back home, but very much so. My family is well versed in providing war materials for the fight against the Deadmorn back in my home continent.
Then you believe this tax to be too high.
Under current circumstances, yes, I do.
What if I was to tell you that that was just the merchant's tax? That the actual tax on nobility is much higher?
I mean, I would agree that that is a good thing to implement.
What if I was to tell you that the coffers of Valor are near emptied from the Lord taking them on banner and marching to war? And that the seat of gold was currently in the dungeon underneath the People's Palace within the royal treasury?
I'd say that the noble coffers must be emptied first before trying to levy any further taxes against the common people. Until those too run dry. These are desperate times, after all.
And what do you say to this, my son? Does your friend speak true?
I am going
Silence!
to remain utterly neutral.
I'm sorry, were you asking Costas a question?
My
or-
son
Hmm.
has shown me what they do with their coin. Where they allocate their resources to in times of trouble and need. And a companion of my son that would not dissuade them from using such coin in foolhardy manner has no business persuading me the taxes of my people. But I am honor and loyal, and gratitude for what you and your companions have done goes beyond words. The merchant's tax be reduced to new normal value and will be used as a levy only after tax of the nobility has reached its end.
Well, thank you most kindly, your queenliness, I guess. That is most kind of you. Thank you for your time.
Gregor looks, shakes the head.
Always got to look out for us common folks, you know?
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hey, don't blink us yet. We're gonna eat everything you put in front of us at your house later on.
Um,
Sounds good.
what
Yeah.
the-
What do you mean about maybe? What made you change?
The city made me change. There's a lot of good people here. And, well, want to keep them safe.
Yeah, but you could keep them safe. You always keep people safe. But I'm just saying, like, you're Regmore, Wanderer. You know, the loose cannon.
I've been spending a lot of time with my plants, my fields, my workers, my guild. Putting on the pounds. Let's pat the pot belly. I'm a little out of shape for adventuring.
Still a wayward one, though.
Always will be. Into this curfew. We'll follow it only a little.
Understandable.
Good man, Reg. And if nothing else, even if you have to be cooped up in house and home, if this place gets laid siege to, then lead somebody to cook for the lions.
That they will. I'll cook them up a right stew.
Looking forward to dinner tonight. And I'll actually start heading out.
Oh, we can go now. I don't have any reason to be here now. Michael begins to walk out as well.
Okay. Costas is gonna lean over. So do we need to talk about anything?
Turns and looks directly at you. My dear son, what is it that we need to talk about? What is it that you need to tell me?
I mean, there's only so much that can be sent through a messaging spell, you know. There's a word limit, so some details may have been left out. And I was wondering if you may be interested in those details. Or also if there's anything you wish to tell me about, like, the situation here, you know, it's... I haven't really been to Athema in... What has it been now? A while.
Looks towards you, staring daggers into your eye. I know all there is to know. What you need to tell me is if you will stand by my side in the days to come, or you will ride out with your companions once again.
I will go where I am needed. Now, where that may be, that has yet to be decided.
Then you best figure it out, because you are needed by my side.
Trust me, I'm sure I'd probably make much more of a mess here. All I'm good at is swinging this, well, I suppose in this case a hammer, and healing. I'm being a burden in political strife.
Tautorus See as the Archmage looks over, wants to walk. Looking directly at you, sidestepping nearby the throne. Lowers the head briefly. What can you tell my son more than I did in the speech? So they can inform their companions, and my son can make their decision. So cost this morning light. I am
There's no need to
Archmage
bow.
Taltorus. I occupy 5th seat within the Empyrean College. I was sent in a desperate haste. The city of Bielder is not just sieged by dragons. It is being destroyed by dragons. Erithun's breath is hot enough to melt stone. The magic of Damodar is vast. The dragons flew, coming down from the cloud, using a portal, as many of the forces used within the streets of the city. Erithun and Horan. They defeated the defenses of the city with single breaths. They vaporized the gates, the metal and the stone. The King's Way, the Royal Way, the entrance in the great city of Beyond, riddled with people by the hundred. Erithun took no quarter. They melted all of them. The lives of thousands of people have perished this day. Those that traveled on River Galley to escape, they were met by the green dragon, Romina, serpent of the sea, hurled their fangs around the boats, destroying them, crushing the weight of their body, consuming the passengers in swift gulps. I have heard sending by the others that the Empyrean College has faltered. The Justicos stronghold is destroyed. The People's Palace has been imploded. The last to stand was the Magistrate Magello, on top of the People's Palace Citadel. Strange to hold such power that they did all along. Attempted to protect the Citadel using powerful magic. But Damodar, along with the dragons, was vast. Magello could not hold. Damodar's forces run at the streets as the dragons breathe and destroy overhead. You have a choice ahead of you. Your mother speaks. There is a power vacuum that the Empyrean College and the Justicars have done for years to fill. The divine throne and the Tau Thars are a vessel. They are figureheads under the weight and shoulders of us. Stay here and to serve, but to assume that which the Prince Aethern was doing. To go with your companions, you must be powerful enough to meet the end of the dragons and Damned. Something an entire city could not withstand. As Archmage of the Appearing College in a 5th seat. I will await your word to your mother, and I do hope that you give them some reprieve, for I see no other reason but to begin negotiations with the Master of Dragons. See them folding the cowl of their hood or embracing through the robe of the sleeves. Begin to take a step back. I will leave you both.
I would like to message the group asking them how much I can tell them about dragons and Damodar.
Archmage walks away from you.
I'm not trusting this situation.
I don't. Everything about this smells.
I don't like
Yeah,
this
nothing.
situation. Costas.
Nothing yet.
I'm sorry, but your mother's giving me a bad feeling.
Let's all meet up at Reg's later and we can hash things out.
Well, you've certainly given me a lot to think about. I will go speak with my companions. And good luck, like Paylor guided you.
And you as well, son. Okay. So we're all leaving at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Oh. Ooh. That was delicious. Just had a lot of stuff come up there. Woo! All right.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. All right, so we are accompanied here by Regmore and with John's. Oh my God, that portrait, man. Oh, I forgot.
One of the best.
Were like a lot of background sounds coming through my mic?
No.
Just you breathing super heavy.
Breathing
And chewing.
before.
Sorry.
I didn't hear chewing at all.
No, we all did.
Very
Well,
crunchy.
Okay. So you're inside of. Oh, jeez. So you depart through the rampart. You're escorted by the Royal Silver Guard up until the actual interior gate of the keep, and then from there, they allow you to depart into the noble district of the city, passing through the crowd of people right, that are kind of hawking and things. They want to know, for whoever comes out of here, what's really happening. You're keeping silence. Some of the actual mercenary, the particular individuals that the Silverkin Guild, Spice Guild, has hired on for their guild defenses. They are kind of helping push back some of the crowd and such to make sure that there is enough protection and sorts of things at all times. So they're kind of keeping a little bit of a berth, but not necessarily in the realm of like the Royal Silver Guard. It means you're kind of getting shuffled and pushed and that sort of thing here. But eventually you're able to get away from that. You're on the main road, thoroughfare here. That is elongated this cobbled road, passed by the High Squire, which is that tavern we know a little bit too well. And we're headed into the direction of the southeast side of the Noble District and into the Holy District. So Regmore's manor is very small. It's pretty much just a house, but it's classified as a manor just because it's still within the kind of realm of nobility and higher up. It also has multiple floors and it sits in its own independent structure and does have a servant's quarters down the road from it and has its own sort of detached garage. And so we're headed in that general direction with the individual. There is a map for this. So I'm going to go ahead and set it up really fast. I did not expect us to get there today. So give me one little bit of a second to drag down just a couple tokens.
Guys, we weren't wayward enough.
Hey, maybe I
Right?
should.
He was prepared. He was prepared still.
I was still prepared. I still have a map. Yeah. It's actually a pretty cool map. Just a house.
We teleport to Lathan.
Oh,
Yep.
jeez. No!
No, even better. Back to
You know what we
Felden.
should do? Teleport to Beholder, like onto the dragon's back.
This dragon is mine now.
Just like teleport onto the back and be like, yeah, we're just here now.
All your dragons are belong to us.
You see, finders keepers.
Man, Magello had a fight. That's a crazy combo.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Magello versus Damodar Dragons. I'd like to see that.
Right? Horan and Harry. It's insane.
I think we should have gone to Beholder. It sounds like that's where all the action was.
Would have been over by the time we got there, man.
That's what
Yeah.
Dala said.
Or we would have died.
Or we would have died.
And now instead we sniffed out a plot of political intrigue to steal the throne.
Potentially, yeah.
It's Game of
Potentially.
Thrones.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, I don't know whether they're just genuinely establishing like a line of succession they didn't need before, because like usually it's just the royals, but like now the royals are in danger, and like they don't want there to be like a power struggle in case that goes to shit.
I mean,
Yeah,
Or if
It's a good thing she asked people's opinion.
Mhm.
FYI, Costas. Let's learn from the king and his son being in the same city at the same time. Maybe you split the people that are supposed to take command.
yeah, I know, designated survivor.
Yeah, guess what? Costas is about to be the designated survivor. He can
Yeah.
leave. She can't argue with that. It's common sense.
I mean, to be fair, I think he's in more danger actively hunting dragons. Like, it'd be better for him to be in like a Lathan or something, but yeah, like close enough.
Yeah, just like
No,
not
Why are you
with
talking
her.
about yourself in a third person? That's so weird. Constance.
So
I
upon
agree.
getting to this house, you are working up a cobbled path, a road of sorts that goes up into kind of a rocky-ish mountain. Remember, we're in the frost storm. We're in this tundra environment, and so there's houses that are built like this. Some of the manors are like this, where they're staggered upon the rocks and these other bluffs and snow with evergreen trees and the thickets and things. Provide some seclusion and away from the density of the city. And here's there's several statues and lamp postings and other sorts of things, and of course elevated with the foundation, the staircase ascending to this large walnut kind of door with iron handle, so it's slightly a little bit polished and silvered. Passing by this road, you actually pass by the servant's house, which is a small 2-story building. which has a kitchen, dining area, kind of a common chamber, and rooms or with a little bit of an attic space, I would say, not cellar space, I should say, for storage and things. And some of those, imagine some of those things are in need of repair and such. And it's kind of showing you that there hasn't been a whole lot of time that Regmore has done all this, right? So Regmore has gone from growing the spice and their crops into forming a guild and then into buying a house. Like, this is actually really impressive that they've done this in this short of time. And so this house actually is property of someone else's that they've purchased it from. And so it's furnished that way and has age and other things inside of it from that. And Regmore doesn't spend a whole lot of time in here besides to eat and cook. So this point looks towards John, says the goodbye. John doesn't live here, so John is going to say goodbye to all of you and enjoy the walk. They're going to go back down to their house, which is nearby the greenhouses, and they're going to tend to the workers down there, so what the position is, and they're going to depart. And Regmore is going to funnel through as the mercenaries are going to change shifts, and those are positioned at the house. 2 in the back, 1 in the front. Come up to the door. They're going to swing by and come in. This is a leveled building. So there's multiple levels. Has ground floor, first floor, and then there's a cellar underneath the garage. And the doors actually have tiles that will work on opening them. And so if you click and open them, the actual artwork will change, showcase the doors been open.
Hey, nice digs, Reg. This place is cozy.
I love how you're making me do Regmore's voice more. Just enjoy it so much.
Yep.
Very cozy. Thank you.
How did you do the doors?
How did I do this?
Yeah, how did you do the doors?
I created transparent tiles with the doors open, then used the triggering function with doors to call upon Tagger and change the tile to reveal itself. And so the artwork is changing dynamically when you open the door. Close it.
That's very, very smart. Cool use of that. Good job, Michael.
Super cool.
Totally stealing that later.
I did have sounds on all the doors, and I realized that the sounds are played for everybody when someone opens the door, so I changed it so it's just the front door that makes the sound, because you can imagine if you're opening all the doors, everyone's opening them all at once. Like, it's yeah, it can be a little annoying.
We can play music with the doors.
Yeah, so you can do. Yeah, stop it! I swear! I'm just kidding. It's a good time. As you're coming in, you have a little bit of sounds from the kitchen as they're preparing a nice meal for dinner for Regmore. There's two cooks in there. They're kind of working through the table again. It's not very large, but they're seating out in the common chamber on the coffee table. There's many different sorts of teas and spiced beverages in kind of leftover cups and kettles all around, and some of the servants are quick to like clean that up. And it really shows to you that Regmore dirties quite a bit of dishes all the time, and those are pretty much everywhere all at once. There's also newspapers and other sorts of articles. After all, Regmore their background is somebody that does business. They are a guild, they're a mercantilism type character, and that's they want to stay up to date with all the news and the latest. There's a wardrobe. One of the servants comes over and helps take the coats and the garments because it's nice and cold. An office on the south end with other sorts of instruments for writing and scrolls and podiums and chests and tables galore. And then the first floor, which is ground floor, first floor, that is going to have 2 bed chambers, a guest room, as well as a main chamber, a little bit of a coffee table, fireplace, seating area, and then there is a kind of a storage room. And there's 2 bathrooms accompanying the large, beautiful basin. So, you sit down. Upon sitting down in there to the table, cooks begin to come out with separate plates of just metal or wood with common cutlery, tankards or mugs filled with water, ale, different teas if you wish that. Regmore is kind of facilitating that for you. You're able to take your seating as more chairs are pulled into the dining table, or you can take seating on various places. So they're kind of putting in chairs into the space. You're more than welcome to just put your tokens wherever you want in that space, and then the chair will be brought in for you. Don't mind, the tables will be moved out of it as well. Whatever intended for this map ever to be used as sitting down for Regmore, but you know. It's fitting for Regmore. It's all cozy. Could not pick a better map for Regmore.
It's perfect.
Real cozy place you got here, bud.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Use the food plates given to you. Has a luxuriousness of quality, a little bit of a goose. It's been kind of cooked down, crispy skin, a little bit of gooseberries kind of put down into a reduction, a mash, spiced sweet potato, various cumin, these different sorts of aromatics. Luxurious.
Hey, Regmore, do you have like I don't know, baggies?
Baggies? What do you mean by baggies?
I think I could like split this up in a couple portions. I feel super shitty eating a meal like this when there's people that don't have food in the drift or whatever the one chick said.
Oh, well, I can get one against a motion for the cook's calling by name. This cook begins to come over and shakes the head, and they are able to grab a container used for some of the produce. They're able to place the plate as well as everything accompanies it with bread inside of that. Be in the kitchen when you're ready to take it.
Thanks, bud.
Welcome.
Just to reciprocate a little bit, I'm going to take a sizable wad of the halfling green that I've still got kicking around. Just kind of like pile it in front of Reg. Hey, by the way, we ran into some of this over by Fort Fair, and it's a real good green. You should appreciate it.
Over here.
Yeah, they just fix his pipe up for it, dumping the rest of it right in front of him. Should make the meal go down a treat.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you for putting us up, my old friend. It's always a pleasure to hang out with you.
More than welcome to sleep wherever you like. Got a couple beds upstairs. Always lay out your bedrolls wherever you want. I'm the only one who lives here.
Hey, no worries, man. You know me, I'm hard up for, well, not hard up for any kind of place to sleep. Hell, I can post up on your front porch if need be, but I figure a nice cozy spot right in front of the fireplace will do me just fine. Now, coincidentally, well, not coincidentally, but incidentally, what's your take on this whole, I don't know, the bloody assuming control of the throne in absentia?
Well, I have a couple opinions on that if you want to hear it.
Absolutely.
That's good. Good dinner talk, anyways.
You're breaking up.
I'm
Got
like,
the
hold,
mic. Yep.
hold on. I'm coming back into it. Wait for
Yep,
it.
there it is.
I'm back. Back.
Yep.
I have a couple opinions on that. Good dinner talk. You want to hear it? All right, then. Towards you, Costas. Your mom, she's nice. She doesn't really know us folk. She means well. But she does not something that's so well. I can see this Going one way or another way. One good, one bad. I hope that
Helpful
you...
as ever, Reg.
I feel like I'm doing a really good job. I don't care. I feel that you, Constance, can help your mom make the right decision.
And what decision would that be?
Well,
And not be a bitch.
I don't really like that language, but yes.
I mean, I can't tell that to her, you know. I don't feel like so like I'm just saying, is there any specific policy you're advocating for right now, or like?
Well, for starters, tax. Stop increasing tax. We pay a lot to operate in the holy city already. Raise it up to 17%, even on traders. That goes far and beyond. All of this military nonsense? How is that going to stop a dragon?
I mean, it's better than nothing.
Did you not hear what your mom had said? The Elder is the most defended city in the entire continent. It has 2 walls in it. One outer, one inner, and another one inner.
Lady
Thing is, you know
Daria.
just as well as us that dragons can be killed. You've done it yourself. I mean, you need a stone to do it, and that is.
Well, I know. Does your mom know that?
Does she know that you need a stone to kill dragons? I'm assuming she does. That was known to the Lone Town of Valor, and that's. I mean, the military at this point would just be served to delay the dragons while the citizenry could escape. But the stronger the military is, the longer they could delay.
And the more people die.
Over the link, I would say to the correct me if I'm wrong, but Regmore was willing to work with Damodar when he last saw him here in Althema.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we talking to him about any of this?
We shouldn't be. But no one listens to me, so.
I listen.
Cool. So I'll say it out loud. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dan. But you were willing to work with Damodar last time we were here in the city together.
I was, yes.
Okay. Well, this has been great, but I really don't think we should stay here.
Well, now that was in the past, Felix. I'm changed. I was only trying to do what I thought was best. Now with Damodar doing what they did, a lot of people died.
Not to mention, back then we were stumbling around blind. We didn't have a clue what was going on or what anybody's motivations were. We was kind of grasping at straws. Yeah, Reg, yeah. I mean, we told you as much at the time. We thought your wisdom on trying to seek them out was a little bit suspect, but I don't think that's any reason to suspect our friend here of any kind of skullduggery, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't think we should be attacking one another. Greg proved himself already. He gave me the coin. I've held the coin, and nothing's happened. So
Not attacking anybody, but I think we should be careful with the information we share at this table.
How changed do I find Regmore? Does it appear that his investment of time and energy into this spice business and having to deal with the people would have changed him this much in the amount of time we have been gone? And does he seem um, I don't know how to describe it other than off from the last time we were with him.
It's been like a month since we've been gone, right?
Yeah, you've been gone a month. A little over a month, actually, now. So, I
That
mean,
was like 2, 3.
no, it hasn't been 2 to 3 months since Regmore departed. It's really
Right.
only been like a month and a couple weeks. What's important, I think, about this is that Regmore has found themselves in a familiar calling. This is who Regmore has always been. Now, they have always been, they've been drawn to the adventuring lifestyle. And what I'll say passively is you're able to pick up is they seem far more complacent in the choice that they have made. If you are going to seek any sort of specific information, you can ask that and then roll an insight, and I'll try to do my best. But passively, with your general there, that's the best way I can summarize it.
All right, because the way that I remember Regmore is that if anyone, it did not matter who, started saying things or indicating they were going to do things that were against his ideals for how people should conduct themselves, he got very aggressive. Like, his tone changed when he spoke. So the bloodied raising taxes by 17%, I feel like should be spurring a much more visceral reaction from him.
Yeah, but I think you're mistaking based on you coming to the city only a couple hours and having that thrown at you versus them, who's probably been dealing with it for ever since Lady Darty have been taken up as steward for weeks.
Yeah, no, I think I'm trying to glean basically that I know I know we've come here a couple hours ago, but we're his friends, so he should, in theory, be more willing to show his true self around us. So
I'll give you
why
this.
is he being really diplomatic?
Yeah, so pot of stew that's on a simmer, turn diplomacy.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give you.
Okay.
And just looking into context clues and how his token is glowing in Foundry.
Uh-huh.
Does Joe notice anything off about his old friend?
Yeah, that goes into the second half of my questioning.
Well, he's high, right? When he did the halfling green, he sort of had that haze in front of him.
That's the haze.
Well,
Come on! We're gonna bash him the halfling green? No, I will say that again, I will draw the metaphor as a pot of stew at boil, turn to simmer, turn to diplomacy.
Okay.
But you got to figure out why that is. I can't tell you that.
Yeah, no, so then I'll flat out ask him. He likes people being straightforward. Like, why are you not as mad as you should be?
Thumbs the table a little bit. Well, they had to tell you the honest truth. I just don't want people to die anymore.
Have people been dying for going against these new outrageous taxes to inflate the military?
Well, the taxes for Lady Daria would have make more military, more soldiers, and more guard. I was upset and enraged at first, but then Start seeing how many people have died in the world. Down the war. Ismar. My dwarfs. Thought there would be good reason then for the taxes. And Silver can yield spice. We could sure pay it. Making a lot of coin these days. So, I was furious. And then, I was not so furious. And then I met with somebody.
Who?
Well, Thea, I don't want you to get upset now. I know how you get upset. You gotta promise me you can't be upset. You eat your food?
I will not promise that. I will promise not to stab you right now.
Well, can you at least promise to eat your food? Did you eat your food?
Costas hasn't eaten anything yet.
Yeah, no.
Joe's been stuffing his face. Lay the poison on me.
Oh, fuck.
Come on, Reg, you gotta give me something for me to give you something.
Well, we're gonna be having a guest tonight.
Is it someone I want to murder, Reg?
It might be. I don't know.
Was it someone I wanted to murder, Reg?
Someone that you're moving against right now.
Of course he did.
I'm gonna
I
send
will immediately stand
mental
up
link
and charge up an
Ursula.
Eldritch Blast.
Uh-huh.
I won't shoot it, but I will have it charged in my hand and like speak very plainly, very quickly.
I'm gonna mental link Othala. You know what? I know you're more than your spells, but we can use some paladins right now.
They just wanted to talk. That was all.
Who? Damodar?
Say his name.
Damodar.
I am
Ah,
going to
there it
stab
is.
the table right by Reg's hand. Regmore?
Ever since the cord, I've just been trying to make it all stop. I thought if I could talk to them, I could fix it.
We need to leave now.
Yeah.
Go.
Yep.
Great
Man.
seeing you, Reg.
Where's the nearest
Thanks
window?
for the cooking, but man, I'd hoped you'd learn better judgment by now. Cheers.
Sorry. I thought I could help you.
Well, you have. This was delicious. And enjoy the green, but yeah, man, you gotta stop talking to that guy. He's no good.
Guys, faster. We can do this later.
Sorry, Rick.
Apologies. Excuse me. Master Silverkin, there was a farmer named Stanton outside. See his stay at the farm?
Hi, Stanton. Bye, Stanton.
Oh no, tell me that wasn't Damodar in disguise.
Looks and stares at all of you as you all walk away.
Stanton, fuck, man. Oh, god damn it. Bye, Paler.
Where are you all going?
In the mental link, I'm just gonna say, Thea, lead them away.
Yeah, no, everybody, please. Hold on.
Stanton, I'm having a family emergency, so I need to leave immediately. Good.
Hey, Stan, can you come help me out? I think Reg's feeling a little stiff.
Who's right?
Regmore.
I don't know no Regmore. I was following you all with the Royal Silver Guard. Then I saw you all leaving in the keep in a huff. I followed you here.
Do I believe him?
Roll insight.
I'm just gonna throw off a detect magic.
Follow us.
23. You see, as they're talking, it seems that the presence of a much younger voice is coming through their voice.
You should learn to lie better.
Appears to be some form of magic on top of Stanton. Magic you're detecting is illusion-based magic.
Oh. Yeah. Gonna like in the mental links. That's not who it appears to be. Kind of
Yeah, no shit. Let's book it.
unsheath the sword.
Everybody leave.
I love how you're leaving just the map in general. Lucas is literally just like, I'm fucking leaving the map. I'm out of here.
Goodbye.
All right. So as you
So
begin to
you had
walk
fun
away,
pretending to be a. You had fun pretending to be a companion.
so as Dirty Joe, Costas, you begin to depart, detect magic going off, the rest of you following suit.
Leave.
Leaving
I've
with
kind
Dirty
of
Joe,
been
Costas.
trying
Oh,
to.
no. I say over the mental link. Leave.
Everyone leaving then?
I'm pushing everybody ahead of me. I'm trying to put
Okay.
myself between them and danger. That would include Felix.
Felix is going. We don't need to move tokens. I get your.
No.
Yeah.
Felix is not
Felix,
going.
Felix is not.
Felix is telling the party to leave.
Okay, Felix is telling the party to leave. Felix is staying. Okay.
I'm begrudgingly going, but then I'm not going too far. I'm not leaving.
Okay.
I'm staying pretty close. Probably like
I was gonna stay within like here, like eyesight of Felix.
I will put you here.
I want eyes on him.
So this is where the road travels down. So I'll just have whoever's leaving the map, you can park your tokens here at the bottom right side of the map because that's where the road's going. If you want to continue to presence or stay near Thea, Thea has eyes on Felix. Felix, you're next to the farmer's stand.
And just tell Thea or the mental link. Make them leave. I will catch up.
Mm-hmm. I told him I would do it. Doesn't
I'm
mean
staring
I'm
at your
going
token like 10 feet away from you.
Doesn't mean I'm not moving. I'm just giving Felix a look. I'm not moving.
all right.
Okay. We have a nice little standoff here. You see as Regmore begins to come down from the stairs as the guard's behind them. Regmore, not needed. As the guard takes a step back and shuts the door. Regmore steps.
What do you want?
Stanton looks towards you. Takes off the hat. Well, I don't want nothing, actually. I was just here to take stock. You all fine adventuring folk.
Well, this fuckface gesturing towards Reg said you wanted to talk.
Yeah, we could talk. We could talk inside if you want. I won't push you to do nothing you don't want to do.
Yeah, sure. After you.
Regmore, we're not going to need any help when you scurry on upstairs. His way over to the table. Sits down.
Oh, close and lock the door behind me.
If I move up, can I see them through the window, technically?
Yes, you can. So there is a window here. You have to get close enough. The windows are in proximity on this map, so you actually have to get close to windows to see them.
Okay.
I'm going to get the stream view. The stream view is really struggling with this leveled map, so we get the stream view over to this here, just for... I think they crashed out too, so just have them there. We're gonna be over here in the session, anyways.
We'll stay within like, a few paces of them.
Then sits down. in
I'm
the chair.
going to clairvoyance inside the room, and I'm gonna listen to the conversation.
Just listen. Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Why is Felix negotiating with the evil dragon man?
I don't know, Costas. Just be on standby.
So to get into the mental link, I will just say I am stalling so you can get as far away as you can, so you can't track your movement.
Joe is still booking it down the road.
Costas will not get farther than 15 feet from the house. He'll stay close enough that he can help Felix if it goes down.
Dance.
We are protected from
Bang himself.
divination. He can't track us.
He can if he's in eyesight of you.
Felix does have a point.
That's why I'm saying get the fuck away and I'll teleport to you.
Mm-hmm. And who's to say he won't stop you from doing that?
Yep.
Yeah. Better odds than what you have right now.
Thank you, Felix. You're a pal.
I can dimension door myself and Thea out at will. So perhaps maybe you make the first move, and once you're safe, we can be out of eyesight and get away.
There's a lot that can go wrong, but I can't control you. You do whatever you want. But I think you're making a mistake by not taking this time.
He's a mage. Be sure to try to counter him. Ishru, I think you should try to watch. I'm gonna take Costas. I think
You
we
can only
should go.
counterspell if you can see me teleporting. You have to see
Yeah.
something to stop it. I just have to break line of sight and then dimension door.
Mhm.
Well, may I begin?
Let's go.
Banging themselves with the hat. Setting the hat down on the table. You had a nice meal. Mr. Silverkin treats you right. That's good.
I'm sorry, I can't take this persona seriously. Pretty proud of who you are.
Make a persuasion check. You see as they take the hat off. And no pink or purple lightning. Instead, the illusion begins to fall. And as it changes shape, it's to wave and vibrate with energy. And as it happens, you see them staring to golden, slinted eyes. Slicked back hair as they grab the hands. Pulling the hair back.
Okay, Gavin Newsom.
You notice the nose itself is even slightly feline now. Ears are tipped back. Are the very familiar black and red robe. Comes up, feathered slightly. Gold and red dragons spiral down to either side. Kick back the robe, past the chair, putting themselves back. Breathing it again. They stare at you.
I mean, much better. Fantastic. Whole thing you got going on. Super creepy, intimidating. Awesome. What You had something to say?
They lean forward. I would like to make you an offer.
I'm all ears, bud.
The offer is simple. You will take control of Othema and the Holy City. And you will swear fealty to me. In exchange, everything you know and everything you have be kept right where it should be. People will be spared and their lives lived out harm and with no tragedy. Before you answer, you may be wondering why I assumed the shape of an innocent farmer on the road headed south, passing by you. I have eyes everywhere. And even though I can't track you by magical means, and you did away with the importance of my coin, does not mean I can't find you. Talents of my magic are vast, even without the essence. To Eric's, as they pull their hands back, as they do, they reach for a goblet. They reach forth, their hand phases into the goblet. Back. Felix, make an Arcana check. 8. Doesn't take much to recognize your own illusion magic at work. This is an image of some sort.
I see you're not actually here, and I don't know what the exact magic is, but I get the need for precaution.
Oh, it is not a precaution. I had other duties to attend to. This is merely a vessel, an image that I had sent due north to try to find you.
It worked, and definitely received your offer of not carrying out the threat. Look, I'm not opposed to alliances that are work, but I would have to understand more of what's going on. What's the end goal? It can't just be annihilation and what, ruling over the ashes.
It is not. The Elder was the seat of power, and its pillars upheld that seat. I have brought it to ruin. People who have perished and the lives they have lost, I hold dear in my heart, and I regret each one. They are sacrifices in a greater plan. A plan to restore the freedom of magic throughout this land and the world. I will reopen the congruences. I will extend this world to the planes of existence far reaching from this.
To what end? It sounds like incredible accomplishments, but what's the end goal?
The end goal. Felix, I plan to kill the gods. But first, I must have those that are devoted to them, that empower them, swayed and removed from their devotion, to reap their power for my own.
That's why you need the holy city.
Sun Tree is but one. It cannot be destroyed. It shall not be destroyed. Sun Tree is a congruence. Held trapped by an avatar, the lore. They are turned and morphed into a tree. Not so different than the image that befalls you now.
So you kill the gods, and then what? Take their place? Live free, retire, go to Disney World.
I will return the power from which I took, the source of creation. I will give back the essence, prime elementals.
Just like that.
Just like that.
You'd be the most powerful being in the universe, and you would just give it all back and go fishing.
My life has always been destined by prophecy. I aim to defy it, to change the fabric of our reality, so no child fall into the same trap. You may not have been there, but your companions were.
I heard the story. Was brought up to speed.
Tell me, they say.
They saw a visage of the Talthars attacking, and maybe your village was attacked or something, and your guardian got you out. But they also interacted with you in that vision. I don't know if it was a time jump or just a reimagining of it, but I imagine you're that young boy.
Felix, it is real. Your companions were there. All put into a grand scheme by the one you call Magello.
What's this prophecy that you're trying to break?
I am chosen. Is to restore order amidst chaos. Prophecy. Simple as that. Caveat. Do you know who Magello really is?
Enlighten me.
They are a powerful deity. trapped in mind, body, and soul of a mortal. They have lived many lives, all devoted to their foolish ideal, the deity they once were. Restore order. And the prophecy they have created is merely this ideal incarnate, forced onto those that bear inside them, not of their choosing, but of the wake of when time was fractured.
Then why are you opposed to fulfilling that?
Because it never ends, Felix. It hasn't. Thousands upon thousands of years. It will never end. There is always some chaos that needs to be restored. And Magella will always try to fix it. On the backs of you and your companions.
Or isn't that the whole point? You know, things get unbalanced and you try to rebalance them. You do the best you can to keep things level. What else are you going to do with the time you have on this planet?
That is what you believe. What you do is to restore order. And that is just and a principle to yourself. Then so be it. But if you do not, like I, you wish to change the status quo,
I'm always trying to change things for the better. I just don't think I agree with your viewpoint on what that is. It seems you might have some good intentions, but I don't think the murder of thousands or more justify whatever your end goal is here. I just don't see it. You sound like a petulant child that is shucking their responsibilities. And when I'm the grown up, things will be different.
we will agree to disagree. And you will continue on your path as chosen.
I guess so. Don't worry, I'll come and give you the spanking you need.
Stand up. It will not come to that. You can sense it. Towards you. Your companions should have not taken deals with the old one. That was foolish.
Guess we agree on that.
We will find each other when the time is right. You will have to do what is needed, whether you wish to or not.
I always do.
Good luck finding the silver stones. Enjoy the dwarves.
Well, I haven't got the greatest start off with doors in my life, but I'm sure there's some pleasant ones out there.
They lower their hand towards you. Palm upstretched. See the veins of the hand, blackish with red and gold pigments. They offer it to you for a shake.
I would, but I was raised not to put my hand into shit. So, have a good day.
They curl their hand back. See the image beginning to vibrate, wobble in space, before it phases in reality. Are you unlocking the door?
Sorry, I'll step away and call out for Regmore.
Okay. Call for Regmore. You can hear Regmore coming down from the steps. It's really just at the first floor upon that landing area there, towards you. Hey, Felix.
I know you think you were doing what was right. But you come near any of these members again, talk to them, invite them, mislead them in any way, I will kill you.
I understand, Felix. I'm sorry.
Go live your life in peace. And I'll just walk out the door.
All right, that we'll go into the session.
Goddamn!
Dang.
Well, that was a roller coaster.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Woo, that was intense.
Yeah.
That was great.
Shit, the plot is thickening.
Can I just
Like a
say
pie in the oven.
I love the hand and shit line.
The hand and shit line.
Yeah.
Yeah, Felix knows how to throw shade.
I mean, if an all-powerful wizard is going to kill you, you might as well get a jab in beforehand,
Yeah.
I get the feeling that like Damodar, I really like to hope that like he's like just randomly walking around and he just thinks of the insults we have hurled at him as a group, especially Felix.
He has to go to see his
Paula.
therapist after this.
I'm
Because
still
I
waiting
think,
for that. I'm waiting for that grudge against Athala to come out.
Yep. I'm
Mhm.
waiting.
It's gonna happen. When he cast Hold Person on him as he was trying to escape in the boat.
Mhm.
There's gonna be
Mhm.
payback, but I have the seed now, so
Well, I feel like I'm probably number one on the power word kill list, if we ever fight him.
Probably good.
Yeah.
you're the first target. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, he has something against gods, so I might be number 2.
I don't know. With all of this in light, you know what we gotta do now? We gotta kill them
Nothing?
both.
Oh.
Damodar and Magello.
Oh shit.
It's time for some deicide, folks.
I mean, I
Yep,
have to say,
gotta kill
nothing they
some
said about
gods.
Magello seemed that bad, to be honest.
Yeah, no, but like after overhearing that conversation, Thea has this thing about people using other people for their own benefit.
I mean, yeah,
Um,
but isn't that kind of
Well,
what we were expecting? Like,
I'm sure we will get into it in character, but also I mean, I think Magello would argue that he's using people for the benefit of all people. That
yeah, but that's not their choice, so he can suck it.
Yeah, this is a big moment. This big moment is not just it's rewarded based on your actions, but also session time in terms of numbers and progression through the campaign. And also how this came to fruition, tying with Rigmore. It was process you have to understand is how much information you were sending outwards into the waves, and how Regmore and that coin never really ended. So it continued to go. And so Stanton, this illusion of an image or illusion, right, was essentially a scout, eyes of Damodar, and was fed information most likely from Regmore.
Okay, so I think you'll need to make an agreement. If we're ending a character, they die. We don't like let them just.
No, no,
No.
this is better this way. Michael,
leave
good
me your
job
player
throwing him back in there.
characters. Yeah, if you leave player characters, I will use player. You think Zell's done? You really think Zell? Oh, man,
No,
you gotta
but
wait.
like
You gotta
every
wait till
player
Zell comes back.
character we aren't using is like evil. Now.
Well, see, Regmore's, that's the thing, though. You have to understand, evil is such a subjective thing.
Reg isn't evil.
He's just doing what he thinks is right to try to make sure
And
people stop
Yeah.
dying. Which
we
is what
all
he did
think it's
originally.
wrong.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
we
I
all
made
think
a
it's
thread
wrong,
as Felix, but I wasn't. It's not because he's evil. I just thought his incompetence is going to get you killed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I'm just
This is
saying.
what Regmore was doing a lot of the
Yep,
time
yep,
when he was
yep.
playing.
And
So
you could make a strong case that Damodar doesn't see himself as evil. According to this whole story, he sees all these cycles going by. It's like, well, that's the evil thing.
He's viewing himself as the savior of the world by trying to stop Magello.
Yeah, he's
However
just breaking
he can. But
we still gotta kill him.
Yeah.
So did Hitler,
I'm
but
not- Exactly.
fair point.
I'm not a fan of people using dragons to kill thousands of people just to get what they want.
Not to mention, now we have the even if, let's say that his intentions were good and he actually did all of the things that he set out to do, and made sure everybody was nice and happy with free magic rain or whatever. He's trying to open up the congruences, which we know will let the primordials in who want to kill everybody.
Not only that, he wanted to return the essence.
Yeah.
But also he wants to return magic to the world. Did he ask everybody in the world if that's what they want?
I mean, we already have. That's just it. Like we already have magic.
He's
So that's
decided.
kind of a fake
He's
point
decided
anyway.
what is right for everybody, and therefore he's going to do what he wants.
Yeah, but at the same time, there probably was once upon a time where magic was free. Did people get to decide when it was taken from them?
Probably not. But again, it's not his job to decide that here and now.
And also,
Yeah,
Magello's
especially
kind
with
of a
like
bastard
amount of
for enforcing
of a
his
jerk.
will on everybody. So yeah, we got to kill Magello too.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Magello, he seems to be again. I really don't. I think Magello, we can see it. Maybe we'll kill him. But like the way it is,
Magello
Joe's killing it.
reminds me. Magello reminds me
is
very
selecting
strongly of
heroes that he thinks
Yeah.
capable of helping people, and you still have a choice whether or not you fulfill that.
Uh-huh.
Rag chose not to. He's living a
Yeah.
happy retirement life. That's completely different than what Damodar is doing.
That's true. You're not
What
wrong.
What if the
Yeah,
old
like,
one is an
he thinks he's,
extension
like, a
of
statistician.
Magello?
possibly.
And
I
then
don't know.
this because they did say that they were the one choosing. They chose us, but
Mhm.
then Magello also saying the same thing. So
Nah, because they said that Magello was associated with order, and the old one said he was associated with chaos.
I'm thinking chosen
Order
ones are
and
kind of natural
chaos.
occurrences, and they kind of just pick you up and are like, "I am your sensei now. This is what I want you to do." This
Yeah,
is-
Magello's still fucking with people, even though he's doing it in a more benevolent manner. And Joe does not like authority.
I mean, here's the thing. Like Magello, like he never really told us what to do. He kind of just told us about what shit that was going on, and was like, you know what, this you can do what you want with it, but like, Damodar exists.
I mean, yeah, he's still fucking with people, though. I'm just saying, like, you guys aren't wrong. Magello isn't nearly as bad as Damodar. By all intents and purposes, maybe he is just kind of a nice old guy that's trying to help people out. Joe does not like the fact that he's a god that's going around fucking with people's lives and enforcing his will on everybody, so Joe's gonna try to kill him too.
Well, the thing is, did he ever really enforce his will? He kind of just made people informed that they could take action. Like he's kind of just finding people that were capable. Like Did he ever say he made?
chucking him. He's chucking him into the meat grinder through variations of magic and fate. I mean, even if he's not directly forcing you to do anything, he's still setting up the circumstances where that's kind of your only best option forward.
I mean, we don't know if he. There's a lot of gods. We don't know if Magello is like the one god that controls fate. He might have an element of control over it, but it's not like Magello controls the universe. He's kind of just like, okay, you know what? I found a chosen one here. I'm gonna like kind of guide them a little bit, so that way they don't like die, and I can like get them to meet up with a few other chosen ones and stuff. But like once they meet up, he kind of seems like he just shows up every few weeks and is like, okay, you know this guy Damodar? He's controlling dragons. Okay, cool. You guys just handle that, or you guys just go off and do whatever the fuck else you want. Like he's kind of just he's kind of like a just like fucking like tooltip NPC that just shows up and just tells you when shit's going down and just assumes you're gonna go
Mr.
do
Clippy.
it. Yeah, he's
And
Mr.
they know so
Clippy.
much.
And who doesn't hate Mr. Clippy?
I mean, yeah, but like, are you gonna kill Mr. Clippy? Like,
There is.
Yeah.
No, you guys are like your views are fine. Your views are consistent, and bring that out into the roleplay table. I'm telling you now, like what Joe's views on this whole thing is. He doesn't like this kind of shenanigans. He's gonna do everything he can to make sure it never happens again, which includes making sure Magello's side of things also fucks off forever.
Yeah,
Like-
this also makes me think of something like, because there are like little pocket dimensions like Bag of Holding, for example. What if we're in Magello's own pocket dimension that he's controlling over, and we're just stuck in these fractures that he's just spinning timelines and making stories for all his god friends?
Well,
So,
Yeah,
The
well, then we gotta
wording-
escape and kill him.
the
guys, I
wording of
really think you're
Damodar.
Men in Black
overestimating
3?
how powerful
Ending of
Magello
Men in
is.
Black 3, anybody?
yeah, yeah.
What about Damodar? What about Damodar's wording, Faith?
Just the way they worded it in tone that Magello was trapped as a mortal.
Yeah.
And from what we know, also speaking of Corvus, that there's pieces of a deity of order in us, and he also mentioned Magello being his ideal being order. So I wonder if there's something going on there.
I really
Like-
think Magello might just be like maybe like a more chosen one, or just a powerful chosen one who just decided to go hop around finding other chosen ones and helping them out.
Or he is the chosen one, and we're now the broken pieces of that one, and now we're called. That's why we're the chosen, because we're not the one.
I'm trying to pick up the broken pieces of dragon essence that are also scattered around. So yeah, we're
I
like
mean-
in this post-apocalyptic battlefield. We got shattered gods and primordials, and we're all kind of picking up pieces of all of them and trying to glue everything back together.
Mm-hmm.
If Michael
Again.
would just solved your plot.
Like
Good
Sid from
job.
Toy Story,
You
where
did
he makes
solve-
all the fucked up toys.
Y'all have a good conversation though. I appreciate it. Makes me a happy, giddy story writer.
You done good, man. You done good.
It's great.
It's just that like I don't think Magello was the one who like even made the prophecy like that got Damodar in the position where he was like where his family was like the Telthars came after Damodar. That wasn't Magello. That was some royal soothsayer person.
It was
Oh, remains to
Paylene,
be seen.
the late magistrate to Magello.
What?
It was Paylene, the late magistrate to the king, Relder Talthar.
Yeah, like it wasn't him. Like
But who
He-
decides the roles of fate and dice to
I'm
lead
just-
such decisions?
I'm just
His name
saying
is
I
Michael.
feel like just since
going,
we
David?
figured
What's that?
No, I was saying
Oh.
his name is Michael.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's
It's me. I thought you were saying you were leaving David. I was like, yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's me. It's me. I did it. Fuck it.
I'm just saying we figured out that like Magello is basically a demigod in a world where like demigods are a dime a dozen, and we're like he controls everything, and it's like maybe he's powerful, but he might not control everything.
I mean, it could be that, he really is trapped in a mortal body, and there's some ultimate agenda of his using us to, get the pieces
Mhm.
back together and free himself.
That's why he's time hopping, or he fractured the universe himself, so he doesn't have to keep aging.
Yeah, but I don't think we need to give a death sentence to somebody for hypothetical what they could be, right?
Yeah.
We don't know enough to sentence, let alone carry out the execution of Magello.
We will find a way.
Yeah, I like Magello. I'm not advocating for his death, but I'm
one
just
bad
saying.
player.
it's good to make some theories. I think he might be a more powerful player than we know. Definitely might be the villain. Who knows? Damodar was spitting some facts. Sometimes I like hearing the villain speech.
I will
Most
say, I mean,
dictators
like,
are charismatic and convincing.
yeah, that's true.
Sure.
Well, for our session here, you have 791 experience each. Should put you at 94,631 experience total. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you enjoyed it. You can check us out next week, Saturdays at 4 p.m. PDT. And we will check you later. Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Peace.